Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back everybody to our solo character challenge run with the Thief, appropriately named with Sonic here. And last time we left off, we just completed Karnak Escape. We managed to acquire a grand total of 42 elixirs. I think we stole like 30 or so when escaping from the castle, so that went overall really well. We are also pretty high level at this point, level 31. I do want to get one more level, but in the meantime, what I also want to go ahead and do is we need 99 high potions in order to prepare for the fight ahead. For anybody who may not know, the fight ahead is a certain beast named Biblos. And that one is going to be quite a menace to take care of. So we're going back into Steamship and we're gonna steal a ton of high potions. That's kind of the short version. Timer hasn't started. Right, thank you. I forgot that way too often. Thank you for the heads up. Alrighty, and here we are. So, you know, it would be very convenient if I could just run against this little section there and just keep running into it and keep running and keep running and keep running. But unfortunately, if I hold down right now, I'm tapping down, it doesn't do anything. I don't know why it does that specifically like that, but for some reason, basically when you get into an encounter while running on top of that thing, you can no longer get into more encounters. I do not know why, unfortunately. Couldn't steal. But yeah, my original plan was to just level up until we get captured so I could defeat enemies in the steamship while also grabbing high potions. But I did not exactly account for there not being encounters that are exclusively poltergeist. So I guess we're just not gonna worry about that. Guardian dagger, that's fine. Just wanted to make sure we have a chance to block physical attacks in case we do get hit. Sorry about that. My setup here is a little bit strange right now. Alrighty, and well, how many more high potions do we need to grab is the question, I suppose. We have 9, so 90 more. So 90 more encounters. It is guaranteed that there is a poltergeist in every single one of these encounters, so that's kind of the most convenient part about this place. Alright, since we took both attacks anyway, so we're just gonna go ahead and steal. Alrighty. And that's just going to be how it works, I suppose. Couldn't steal. So for anybody who may have just joined us, in case you're curious about the chance to steal, we have the Thieves Glove equipped, which doubles our chance to steal from a baseline 40% to an 80%. And then we have a 246 in 256 chance to steal the high potion. So it's almost always. But sometimes the game will also give us, will try to give us the rare steal, which doesn't exist. So it also will fail. There's no way to tell apart whether we are supposed to get the rare steal or whether the stealing just didn't work. But in short, we have a slightly less than 40% chance 80% chance to successfully steal, which is still pretty solid, I would say. And yeah, that's going to be how we're doing this first part here. And thank you for the good luck, I will definitely need it. So, we also want to get one more level. My goal level is level 32, which gives us a decent amount of maximum HP to deal with Biblos. I don't know whether it's going to be sufficient. I'm just shooting for level 32 because that seems like a decent goal overall. But yeah, that's kind of all I have to say for now, and I have coffee, so I'm gonna be a bit quiet for now. Honestly, the most annoying part about Solo Thief is I have to use both hands in order to run and encounter encounters efficiently, because otherwise we're just walking slowly like this. So yeah. It would be actually kind of be nice if I could like assign the L button to be the run button as well. That way I could do this entire thing with one hand. Maybe, kinda. But oh well. It is not to be. Not for now anyways. Nice block. And since both enemies attack anyways, we might as well go ahead and try and steal again. Welcome to you, Undying Futility. I hope you have a nice day so far. It's only 1 in 4 chance to block physical attacks. Getting 2 in a row? A bit unlikely. But hey, that's really nice. I just had a completely random thought. I was just thinking whether the other conveyor belt might be useful here. Or whether it has the same bug as the previous one. This one. Let's see, I've never tried in this one. So far it works, but it could be coincidence. It doesn't always lock up. Hello, welcome to Kabaloo Crepes. How are you doing today? So far it does not lock up, which is actually really interesting. I never considered this portion until now. You're sick? Oh. Oh, I hope for a swift recovery. Oh, it does lock up, okay. Good to know. So just woke up at 12:30. Well then, I hope she's had some good rest. Oh boy. Oh dear. Well. Yeah, I definitely know when the concept is you need the rest. That happens. How am I? Overall quite fine, thank you. I didn't sleep as long as I wanted to. I was still tired in the morning, waking up, but I just couldn't continue sleeping, so I got up and started preparing stuff. Among other things, it has been decided as in what our Yaga Monthly theme is going to be, and we're going to be playing some Mega Mans. We're going to be starting with Mega Man 1 and then just make our way up the ladder. I was considering playing the Mega Mans first that I, well, played when I was younger, which is 1, 2, 3, and then it is Rockman and Forte. Because that's the one Mega Man game I found when I was looking through emulator stuff, largely. But we're just gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and if there is some more time, we actually go for the second Legacy Collection. So by the way I'm going to be playing this is, there's a very convenient Steam Legacy Collection. That way I don't have to worry about emulator stuff or anything like that, we can just play the official stuff, so it's much nicer. Pretty much a timeless classic. Yeah, there's a lot of memory attached to that. I'm currently contemplating whether I want to use a controller for it or whether I just want to play with keyboard. I do generally prefer platformers on keyboard, but I don't know. I don't know. screen. We currently have 57 high potions, so we are more than halfway through the grind here. Personal preference is if it's a platformer game that in general doesn't require precision aiming, you go for a control because it's so much more comfy. That's fair. I just personally really like the precision of keyboard buttons. Especially for, instead of having a D-pad, having arrow keys, I think just gives me more freedom of control. It is easier to switch from left to right or up to down and vice versa on arrow keys than it is on a controller. And well, I've just been mainly playing platformer on keyboard since a long time, if I can anyways. So I'm just used to it. Very true. I mean, it's also a game that I originally played on the NES, at least 1, 2 and 3 I did. The funny thing is, I do remember, specifically my dad actually finding a Mega Man 5 cartridge in the recycling place he was working on. I never actually tested whether that even worked, but I thought that was kind of curious. But he actually found that when... I think I had a GameCube at the time. But it's just kind of coincident, hey, there's a Nintendo game, maybe it could be interesting to you. Kind of regret not ever testing it. It might still be around here somewhere though. Yep. I mean, he really likes to play games as well, largely. I still remember my father and my mother just kind of trying to figure out Zelda 2 together, because, well, we did not know any English whatsoever, so it was basically just largely trial and error trying to navigate through the game. Alongside the other, like Zelda 1, I remember them telling me that they literally made a map of the entire area, like on graph paper, and meticulously just kind of tried to bomb every single wall in the entire game just to see whether there was a hidden entrance, burned every single bush in the entire game just to see. That must have been a lot of work. And yes, I play Boshi with keyboard as well. Boshi, you have a more direct advantage when you play on keyboard rather than on controller. Unless you specifically bind the second button to allow you to press left and right at the same time. What is your plan? For Final Fantasy V, my plan is to grind up 99 high potions, so we have basically as many as we can possibly have. Then we go up to level 32, that is just one more level, and then we're gonna go into the library. See how well or well not so well it's going to go against Biblos, which is going to be probably taking more than an hour for the successful attempt. I don't know when the successful attempt is going to be. I might actually want to grind the higher, just so I'm basically, as long as I played properly, I'm gonna guarantee succeed. Because I don't really know whether that amount of maximum HP is gonna be sufficient. I hope. I don't know. And hey Tyrion, thank you. And I hope so do you. I remember playing Final Fantasy VIII as a kid without understanding English. It was painful and took months. Well, it sounds like you still somehow managed to proceed through the game. Nice. I feel like the meanest thing about Zelda 1 on the original NES is still that in order to proceed in the second quest, you specifically have to figure out that you can walk through walls. And I don't know whether there's any hints about that in the entire game, but even if there were, my parents couldn't read it. So I don't know how long it took them, or how they eventually figured out that you could walk through walls, but eventually they did. Welcome to you, Mr. Comtop. How are you doing today? The white siege ship for the longest time. Interesting. I have to admit I don't know Final Fantasy VIII, so don't know what that means. But it does sound like if you need to specifically find something and you don't even know that you're looking for something in particular, that might take a long time. Raid. Hello. What might you be raiding, if I may ask? Welcome. Oh, I see. Raid. Mr. Kantot, thank you for the raid, I appreciate that. Welcome everybody, I hope you have a pleasant day today. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Hello. We're currently playing Final Fantasy V, the solo character single chopped class challenge, as in we are just playing the entire game with just a thief. And right now I'm grinding up a maximum stack of 5 potions, because you cannot buy them yet. And we will need those in order to, well, proceed through the rest of the game. Well, more specifically, we need to somehow get past the biggest roadblock ahead, which is going to be Biblos in the library. And good morning to you, Byrep. I'm doing quite alright. I hope you are doing too. Any new thoughts about trying World of Warcraft? Well, let's put it this way. I guess the tweet I sent was a little bit misunderstood. I was mainly wondering whether there were people that had like a server or something like that that they would suggest. But at the same time, it was kind of funny too, so I don't mind. I might try it sometime, but I don't know. It's a large time investment. You doing good? That's nice. I'm doing quite alright, thank you. MMOs are always a huge time sink, yeah, but it's also something nice to just have something to do. So, can be quite pleasant. Also, by the way, we only need 10 more high potions. I appreciate that, Byrep. Yeah, to be fair, my recent 2 go-to games for, while playing whenever I just have a bit of time or don't know what else to do, have been Puropotas, which by the way is going to get the out of early access this month, and Soldat.pl, which apparently is also on Steam. Which, that's one of these pretty old games at this point, but it's kind of fun to just log in onto the climbing server and just climb around. And hey Yandrishatum, welcome, how are you doing? Oh, wave. Waving is gonna be a little bit tricky while trying to run around, but hello, I hope you have a nice day so far. Still waving. It looks good. It is very interesting. I think it's quite an interesting mix overall. They have actually, so here's the thing. I actually got it quite a long time ago, when it basically just came out in early access, and it was one of the few games that intrigued me enough to actually give them a shot while it is still in early access. And I've actually been playing it over the course of the last year or so. I don't know when it actually came out to early access anymore. And I've been playing it on and off, and they've just kept changing it and adjusting it and releasing more things and doing more stuff, and I was actually pretty fascinated that they kept working on it. I completely forgot it was still in early access, but it looks like they are mostly satisfied with their current iteration. Although I personally would like to have a mode where you kind of get all the possible cards. Either way, right now it's pretty neat. Okay, I'm gonna stop waving now, but thank you. No, it's okay. Oh. I see. Well, I hope you find some rest sometime. Reminds you a bit of Kingdom games. The one where you... Yeah, actually I can see that. Yeah, now that I mention it. It does have a little similar flair to it, doesn't it? I played the very basic and simple Kingdom game that was released some time ago. Also, by the way, we have 99 high potions now. Hooray. I played the very basic and simple Kingdom game when it was released, and I liked it. I know there's like more nowadays, but I've never tried them out. Yeah, it is... Yeah, Puropotas is definitely one of the very creative games that just kind of is a surprisingly well-fitting mix of, well, playstyles. The original release, it was kind of difficult until you kind of knew what you were doing, honestly. Now I think it is probably a lot more well fine-tuned overall, so that's nice. Stole a potion, wait. Did I not target the zoo? Did I target the eagle? Because the zoo steal should be an elixir or nothing. Huh. Strange. Alrighty. Buying potions, and... Well, we're off to grind out... Wait, I need to actually equip the capture ability here. We're off to grind out the remainder of our levels here. Specifically, we need just about 9,000 experience for level 32. That's when we get an additional attack power boost. So that's gonna be helpful. And unfortunately, well, I guess we can actually just keep going, even if we get tentacles. I'm just gonna hold down the attack button. The main side-scrolling rodent building game you play is of Mice and Sand. I've never heard of that one. Let's see, of Mice and Sand. Image. Never seen that before. That looks pretty interesting. We stole an elixir. Wow, okay. That's lucky. What did we calculate? Slightly over 3% chance to steal an elixir every time we attack. So that's pretty lucky, I dare to say. Then we also have a 1 in 16 chance to drop an elixir from the zoos on top of it. Also, I really should not take the fights where I get the aging status effect early. So base building game where your base is a massive vehicle. It does look quite interesting. Of Mice and Sand kinda gives me an FTL vibe right there. But I guess with base building instead. It looks nice, honestly. Only in 3 frames of 256 you can steal an elixir, if you remember correctly. It's 10 in 256 if your steal is successful. So, well, it's really 8 in 256. Wait, is that right? Am I making that up now? I know the rare steal is basically 10 in 256 if you have the successful steal. The successful steal is 80%. Yeah, actually, that sounds kind of right. 8 in 250. Wait, that doesn't make up sense of the numbers then. Hang on. 8 divided by 256. No, actually, that is exactly the number. Never mind. I'm just getting confused here. You know what I could do? I could use the Guardian Dagger instead and move into the front row, because it is slightly more damage, but more importantly, we don't have the 5% chance to miss, and we get an additional, well, 1 in 4 chance to block physical attacks, like that aging status effect. And really, healing is not a concern. I could actually just continuously capture attack everything rather than just doing irregular attacks. That way I would also keep getting potions back from these Eagle encounters. So I think I'm gonna do that. We're gonna switch to the Guardian Dagger, which has 1 more attack power. And I do believe this currently means we will deal on average 11 more damage. Our attack multiplier is 11. I actually don't know what our attack multiplier is. Let's see, how much strength do we have? 29. Because we have the green beret equipped, right. 29, 32... 31. Oh, it's 9 right now. Next level's gonna be 10. 3 in 256 is for Final Fantasy 1, chance to hit on everything, even if they resist it. It's glorious. I did not equip the Guardian Dagger. I'm a doofus. What did I equip? I mean, obviously I equipped the... No, that's the disc instead, but how did I mess that up? I guess I just didn't press the A button. That sounds about right. Either way, we will also use the dagger for Ifrit coming up, because it gives us, well, a chance to dodge attacks, really. That's literally my reasoning. Because Ifrit mainly... Oh, come on, stop using your annoying attack there. Ifrit mainly attacks with spells anyways, and his physical damage, while decently significant, is not going to be as dangerous overall. So more importantly, dealing with Ifrit is going to be a case of trying to not get stunned by his physical attacks, so Guardian Dagger is going to help with that. I'm not worried about the damage, so we don't necessarily need to sit in the back row, plus Ifrit will have a bunch of physical evasion, and daggers, as you may or may not know, cut enemies' physical evasion in half. Daggers are really good. I need to watch some gameplay of Mice and Sand. It does look really neat, honestly. How old is this game? 2018 was the review posted here. We stole another elixir. Well, I suppose it does have its advantages when we need so many hits to finish off the bird here. Because I don't know how many elixirs we will want to have. That reminds me, I'm just gonna use high potions to heal here. Because after Ifrit I will want to... You know what? We're gonna go for Ifrit right now. Because I will want to... go back outside after Ifrit anyways in order to regain all the high potions that I've used in that battle, because I will be using high potions. And then we come back in anyways, so there's basically just no reason for me to sit there, I suppose. Well, then again, we do get more attack power, so the less time we spend in the encounter, the less chance we have to get stunned, etc, etc, etc. This is the one encounter I don't want to see unless I have specifically the glasses equipped. Because the silent bees, they have an ability called Needle. If they attack with it, they will either silence you or blind you. One or the other. Well, technically, I think you can resist Needle as an attack. But while silence doesn't affect me, getting blinded is really bad. Oh, turtle shell, really? That's also a rare steal right there with the turtle shell. That's very unusual to get so many, I feel. Yeah. Alright, let's go and visit Ifrit, shall we? And we go back and grab the high potions and, well, we have time anyways. Unless, how much experience do we need? Yeah, still 6,000. Maybe we'll get some more on the way back, it'll be fine. Alrighty, welcome to the library, everybody. Most of the enemies don't really have anything noteworthy to steal either in here, except for... where was it? Pages, there we go. Actually, that's not true. Some of the enemies do have some interesting rare steals. For example, page 32 has a green beret as a rare steal. And while you can buy them soon after clearing the library, it will actually not help you too much overall. So for example, this guy here, rare steal, is green beret. So while we already have a green beret in the solo character, we really don't need more than one, even if we can use it. In a play where does, well, multiple characters, green beret is a pretty good headgear item. So getting that early might be nice. Not necessarily something to specifically go for, but it can be nice. Similarly, there is a page 256 which rare steals a stealth rope, which actually we will get one right after Ifrit here. And his common steal is actually a high potion. Also, page 128, common steal is ether. So there's that. Alrighty, now we're gonna equip the elf cape. I think I'm gonna keep the green beret equipped. Gonna go for the training suit maybe? Let me actually see whether this is going to make a difference. So right now I have 29 strength, which I believe it's actually going to be not changing anything, does it? If I go to 30. Yeah, it doesn't change anything if I equip the thing here. So we just keep going with this. Welcome to Ifrit. This guy might kill us, if we're unlucky, but hey. So Ifrit is kind of straightforward as a boss. He has two abilities he can use in the first turn. Either fire or Flame or Fire 2 or Flame. Flame is 25% of her maximum health and damage. It's going to deal always the exact same damage, and he really likes using that ability. And his second turn, he can use Flame, a high kick, or a regular physical attack. Generally speaking, I want to see the regular physical attack, but I also prefer the Flame over his high kick. The high kick is a physical attack that will potentially confuse us. Stun us, excuse me. So that would be kind of bad overall. So him keeping using the Flame is pretty bad overall, but at the same time, we do have high potions to heal, so we're not that big in, well, pinch. Fire 2 does slightly more damage apparently. So there's that. And overall, he's going to never do anything particularly bad to us in his first turn. He only has 2 turns of AI script. The second turn is where he can possibly stun us right now, which is the second turn. There's a high kick. That's why I have the Guardian Dagger equipped. It gives us a better chance to resist or, well, block that attack. It's going to be pretty important in my book. I'm actually gonna heal here as well, just because if I get stunned and paralyzed and he will just keep wailing on me, it would be pretty bad if I was, well, on low HP. And we do have the luxury of not having to worry about using up too many high potions, since we can very easily get some more, and I do entirely plan on just using a bunch on him. Alrighty, the other reason of... oh, wait, here's fine. The other reason, of course, as to why we use the dagger is because Ifrit has, I think, 30% chance of evading physical attacks. Consequently, what this means is... the dagger makes that only 15% chance for him to dodge rather than the 30%. So I think 3 more attacks should do the trick in order to defeat him here. So yeah, thanks to our high speed with the Thief, we actually outrun Ifrit pretty comfortably, so honestly. So this is basically the most dangerous part here. If he uses like Fire 2 and then another Flame and then another Fire 2. Actually, we're still going to be mostly fine unless... haha, unless he decides to high kick twice in a row before we can recover. That is the one way how he can really get to us. The chance for that to happen, not terribly high, because it's only 1 in 3 chance for him to use a high kick in the first place, and then another 1 in 3 chance to use the high kick in the next turn afterwards. And he has to hit both of these, which, well, there's a 50-50 chance we will dodge and block them with the F-Cape and Guardian Dagger. Right, if we were to hit this next attack, we would win, I think anyways, if I kept track of stuff properly. But I'm gonna heal here just for safety. No, I did not keep track of stuff properly. I started counting a little bit late, so I tried to account for how much damage I did approximately. So we're probably like 100 damage off or so. There it is, first try Ifrit. That's pretty good. Then again, we are pretty high level and we have plenty of high potions to throw around. So that was not a particularly difficult encounter for specifically this high level. And hey Magus, welcome. Hope you're doing well. And which version am I playing? This is the Super Nintendo version, well specifically the fan translation of the Super Famicom version. Time to wait for now to run Biblos out of MP. I'm actually wondering, I think as a thief it's actually gonna be more efficient for me to hit Biblos rather than wait until he runs out of magic. With the Light Mage, I've calculated it, that it was more efficient to literally wait without ever attacking, to wait until Biblos is out of magic, but I think as a Thief, our damage is relevant enough with the Guardian Dagger that we can actually continuously attack. Might as well be. Maybe. I have to admit that I didn't do the calculation for the thief. So, no real idea. Okay, either way, we do want to get that one additional level, just kind of for safety mainly. Because it might be a bit short on levels, really. Then we see where we land. Oh, right. And of course, in the meantime, I'm just gonna go outside and make sure I have 99 heal potions, or high potions, rather than just a few we have. Also, we equip the Thieves' Glove again. On the way back in case we run into zoos. The one time you did, you got so unlucky after 20 minutes that you just started sitting there. Like, unlucky in which sense, if I may ask? Basically, in my mind anyways, the argument is whether you either use... He kept training. Oh yeah, I mean, that's kind of the part of the plan in my book. Because rain costs by far the most MP out of all the spells you can use. Like, that's literally part of my plan, actually. I want him to drain so he drains out of his MP quicker. As long as I have enough resources, it would be fine. Well, I guess it could also be dangerous. Basically, in my mind, the main argument for... Where am I going? In my mind, the main argument for not attacking at all, in order to just wait until he's out of magic, is whether you will deal enough damage while he has armor or not. Good morning to you, Tasty Beer TV, and welcome. I hope you have a nice day so far. Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna do a lot, it's true, but effectively you're bringing him to around 800 HP. Just by the nature of continuously attacking. Minus 200, give or take, I suppose. So he has around 1000 HP remaining. But as long as you have enough resources and you don't die to, well, him doing stuff, while you keep attacking and making him cast armor and drain, you would run him out of magic faster. I think for the white mage, it was literally more efficient to just wait it out, because your damage was so pitiful in the first place that it was more efficient to not have him have armor. At least I think that's how it was. I don't remember what my calculation was at the time. I do not remember. Alright, how many high potions do I need? 8 more. Alright. What level am I? 30, right? 31 right now, I'm gonna go for 32. What level did you go for, Magus, since you seem to have experience with that? Because I actually don't. I just kind of only know theory. I actually forgot that you probably did that at some point. Just by nature of doing these things. Because your experience would be very useful to have here. Kinda curious. When we block, the next block seems to be reasonably frequently immediate after. 5 more. One of my favorite things about the capture ability is even if you miss, you still have a chance to steal. It does not impede the chance to steal at all. It's kind of silly. One more. You are my level, actually. Interesting. Good to know. So this should kind of work. I'm still going to go for 32, because that also gives me an additional attack multiplier, which I'm not gonna get the level for quite a while, so I might as well get the level right now rather than later. Steals all high potions, indeed. Yeah, if you could buy high potions around here, that would be lovely, but, well, you can't. So this is literally your best option to get high potions. I mean, look at the bright side, at least I don't have to steal them from a rare steal. That would be a nightmare and a half. Well, I suppose not much more of a nightmare than farming 99 elixirs, if I bite mage. But you were on GBA, so that makes all the difference. Does it? I don't really know any difference between GBA Biblos and this one. There might be, I don't know. Okay, there is no difference. Fair enough. Thank you. I figured there might be something that you know that I don't. Which is not terribly uncommon. Just in this specific instance, I had no idea what you were talking about. But then again... You're a magus. You're a wizard. You know everything. Oh, wait, I still need to get the level. Duh. I was just running away and over to Biblos already. Still took very long? Yeah. That sounds about right. Alright, while I'm grinding here, I'm gonna pull up the numbers for Biblos. I need to know how much MP he will have approximately to use for each one of his attacks. So, let's see, what other spells he can cast? Alright, there. Biblos. He's level 24. He has 3600 HP, 1000 MP. He has Threat, Hammer, Wind Slash, Charm, Sonic Wave, Armor, Toad, Drain. We're not gonna see the Toad spell anyways. But the other ones I want to write down. So Armor. How much does that cost? Drain, counterattacks, then Fuse or Charm. What else did he have? I don't think Sonic Wave or Wind Slash cost anything, or Threat. Sonic Wave, Wind Slash, and Threat. Oh yeah, Hammer. Hammer has one more. I know that does cost MP. Alright. Let me check something real quick. Sonic Wave. There it is. 80% chance to hit, but doesn't cost MP. That's expected. Wind Slash, pretty sure it doesn't cost anything either. Nope, 50 base attack power. Wind Element doesn't cost any MP either. And Thread. .99% baseline hit chance, doesn't cost any MP. Alright, so we're literally just looking for armor. There's a spell, which is 3 MP. Then we have... what else was the spells? Drain, cost 13 MP. Boy, it's gonna be amazing to be able to drain him 13 MP at a time. That'd be great. Charm is 4 MP each. Although that is also literally the most dangerous thing he can do. And Hammer. That is blue magic. No, don't go for Axes and Hammer. I want the Hammer spell. Is it Magic Hammer? What's the ability called? Oh, there it is. 3 MP. Alrighty. We have Armor for 3 MP, Drain for 13, Charm for 4, and Hammer for 3. And we need to count to 1,000 with these numbers. That's going to take a while. Alright, I think I'm as prepared as I can be, minus the level. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna use regular potions during the big boss fight, so I don't mind just using them here. Plus, whenever I get into an encounter with Eagle, I might just get regular potions as well. So, let's see. If we have an 18,256 chance to steal an elixir on each attack, we attack the zoo 3 times. And then it also additionally has a 1 in 16 drop chance for an elixir. What is the probability of getting at least 1 elixir from an encounter with a zoo? So we basically get 3 times 18,256 chance, but we kind of need to turn that around, so 8 minus 256 is minus 248. 248. No, the zoo steal is 18,256. Not... Wait, is that 1 in 16? I'm muted, by the way. When did that happen? How did I keep doing this? Thank you. But yes, after all calculations, basically we have a 14.8-ish% chance to get an elixir, assuming all normal circumstances, during one zoo encounter. So that's currently my verdict. 1856, 4 in... yeah, 1 in 32. So 1 in 32 to the power of 3, because it's going to be 3 physical attacks against the zoo to take it out, which is 3 steal attempts, and then also 1 in 16 chance to get the item drop. So approximately a 14.8% chance to get an elixir for each zoo encounter, which is actually pretty solid, honestly. Good morning to you, Wolfsaron. I hope you're doing well. Alrighty. Aside from grinding up to a higher level, I think we are as prepared as we can be for this. Hey, Mithril Dragons! The common steel is a potion, the rare steel is a mithril armor. Okie dokie. We have just over 1000 HP. I don't know whether that's gonna be enough, but probably. One thing we want to avoid is we don't want to be a multiple of level 5, as in we don't want to be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, etc. Because there in here, there are these pages 64, which, to be fair, as a thief, we are fast enough to run away before they attack us, usually. But if they attack us anyways for some reason, they would have a chance to use level 5 Doom, which is effectively instant death for us. So the big question now, I think, is... do I equip the plumed hat in order to have a better chance to resist the charm effect? Or do I equip the green beret for more physical defense? Actually haven't quite decided on that yet. I suppose the green beret also gives us +1 agility, which... I don't know how efficient that really is. Do I stay in the front row? There's no point in staying in the front row once I'm at a sufficiently low level. You literally deal the same damage from the front row and the back row, I think. I'm actually not sure about that. No, I'm not gonna stay in the front row. Then you would go plumed. You would go plumed. It's only 1 defense less too. Yeah, we go plumed. Alright, Elf Cape of course. Guardian Dagger equipped. I'm gonna save. And I need to go to the bathroom before we begin this, because I'm not really going to get a break in between. Well, technically I could, but practically I'm gonna take a break right now. So, be right back, and that's gonna be our first attempt here. We'll see how it's gonna go. Alrighty, I'm back. Just get plus HP to 0 before cures. I mean, that's the ultimate goal, isn't it? Just kind of the method of how we have to approach this is going to be a thing. Alrighty, before I go in, just kind of to explain the plan, so to speak, to anybody who may not know. So, here we are. Biblos has a total of 3600 HP. Once he drops below 800 HP, he has a 1 in 3 chance to... actually a 2 in 3 chance to retaliate with Drain. Drain will deal about 200-240-ish damage to us, and heal him for the same. Because he will effectively, well, make us incredibly slow through threat eventually, as well as reduce our level to 1 eventually via Sonic Wave, because that fight is just going to go so long. We don't really have much of a chance of speeding this up by, well, much at all, really. So, the idea is to run him out of magic. He has 1000 MP, and he has a bunch of spells he can use. Armor, whenever we attack with physical attack, he's 1 in 3 chance to counterattack with armor. Drain, whenever he's below 800 HP, he has a 2 in 3 chance to counterattack with Drain for 13 MP. Charm has a 1 in... well, it's like in his... Charm is here. In his second turn he has a 1 in 3 chance to use Charm. And Hammer, he has a 1 in 3 chance to use Hammer in his first and in his third turn for 3 MP. So... it's gonna be a long fight. And the reason is because the Thief just does not really deal enough damage. I'm starting in the front row here to try and... well, deal some damage initially. Might as well use the capture ability. Hammer! Nice, Hammer is basically the ability we want to see. We stole a Lucky Mallet and armor plus 3. So, with his armor, of course, we only deal half damage as well. And we kind of want to see him use armor all the time, preferably. So he uses up his MP on armor, which is one of the less dangerous things he can do. We will eventually move into the back row once we get hit, probably by Sonic Wave once, and we won't deal as much damage anymore. Probably wanna heal up already with a high potion. Another magic hammer, that's very nice. Yep, we already drained him of 15 MP. Oh, and there is the charm. This is kind of dangerous, especially while I'm in the front row and deal a lot of damage to myself. And here we have the slow. Alrighty. As you can tell, the slow is pretty bad. We are super slow. I'm gonna move into the back row, so we only take half the damage from physical attacks. And we kinda need to get an opportunity to heal ourselves. By the way, he can use Wind Slash every other turn. 1 in 3 chance each time. And that is 3 more MP. It is about... oh, there's the Sonic Wave. It's about 300 casts without drain, so if you want to count, enjoy. Indeed. I'm actually just keeping track of the MP directly right now. Last time what I did is I had a little sheet in front of me, where I just made check marks for which ability he used, but it was a bit of a mess. This time I'm just typing the numbers directly into the calculator. I don't know how well or not so well that's gonna work, but no, I'm just doing that. But yeah, as you can see, our damage is already rather pitiful. That's just the nature of the beast. You remember dying to him once, like 45 minutes in. Ew. That's less than ideal. Actually, do something real quick. I just had a better idea to keep track. Some of all these. Excuse me. And I do a thing here real quick. Just for myself to have a little outline. Alright. I have a now more convenient method of keeping track of how much damage I deal. Or not damage, but how much MP he uses. Slash. I should have healed. This could be a bit sketchy here. I have 99 high potions. Well, I had originally. Do I have to Moonring Blade? You can do more damage with that technically. Yeah, I prefer the block chance in this case. I do have the Moonring Blade. Also, I think once he will halve my level to a sufficient degree, it's not going to make a difference anymore. Because my attack multiplier is going to be 1 anyways. At least I think that's gonna be how it is. I don't really know. I should have done the calculation stuff beforehand so I could actually tell you, but I was too lazy today. There's another level half. That doesn't do anything. Oh yeah, he has evasion too. Oh, the charm missed. Nice. You're not sure how back row calculates damage. It halves the attack multiplier. So unless I have like a baseline attack multiplier of more than 1, once my attack multipliers should deal the same damage as I do with in the front or back row with a dagger. It shouldn't matter. In theory. One thing I can tell you, the thief has a better physical block chance as well as evasion, but, well, of course the obvious problem is as well that the white mage had armor in order to, well, halve all the physical damage further, as well as a healing staff to, well, elongate the amount of mainly elixirs used. I did have a large stack of elixirs coming in here. Basically the one ability we just really don't want to see is Wind Slash. That's kinda the short version here. Welcome to you, Laracos. I hope you have a nice day so far. And thank you. But yeah, anybody who is around here, we are in it for the long haul. You can check back in an hour to see where we are. Because I'm keeping actually more precise track of how much MP he uses this time around. Last time it was a kind of a little bit... He's probably going to be out of MP soon, but I don't know exactly when type of deal. You're just setting up your PS5, so a lot of waiting for stuff to copy over. Oh, nice. Good luck with that stuff. One thing I do notice is I would like to have one more level, because it is just a little bit awkward to want to heal at 500 and some change while I don't get the full benefit from a high potion. But at the same time I also don't feel particularly safe at that low amount of HP, since he could confuse me and just Wind Slash twice before I get a turn again, which would be pretty bad overall. And my level is probably at 1 at this point anyway, so... Hook charm. Don't want to see that, but hey, not much we can do about that. When the character is confused, the physical attack against that character will always hit. So we are about 10% through our high potion stash. However, we are not quite 10% through his MP yet. So we will definitely need to use elixirs eventually. Which actually means I should, once I drop particularly on low in HP, where elixir heals more than a high potion, I should just do that. I think that would be a reasonable way to go about it. Yeah, 1100 HP would be more comfy. That way I could heal at about 600-ish instead. I love seeing Magic Hammer. That would be great if you could do this more often. I guess the one downside of keeping track of the numbers the way I'm doing now is I don't know exactly how many times he casts Magic Hammer versus everything else. So, less conclusive data. But hey, this is an opportunity to use an elixir here. I'm gonna wait to see what he does next. Alright, then we attack. Uh-oh, another charm already. Slightly low on HP here. And a magic hammer, that's good. It's very noticeable that a thief does indeed have a lot more agility than a white mage, from what I remember of the white mage experience. I should probably keep count of his turns whenever he might be able to use a confusion, because he can use confusion every 4th turn, 1 in 3 chance. Welcome to you, Saikurin. How are you doing today? Okay, 1... no, 0 I suppose. Three, 4. Alright. One, 2. Hello, welcome to Yelenva. I hope you're doing well. Is this challenge hard? Well, it kind of depends on your definition of difficult, honestly. It requires a lot of patience and a fair bit of planning ahead and figuring out stuff. The actual execution by itself is not that incredibly difficult, but, well, you do need a fair bit of patience, as you might expect. We just broke the 100 MP mark. Have you completed this before? No. I have done various other solo character challenges with a single job class before. But this one in particular, this is one that I haven't done yet, which is why I'm doing it. Oh, another charm. That's less than any. And a magic hammer. I think he actually never can wind slash, so the charm replaces the wind slash, doesn't it? Yeah, the charm replaces, or is in one of the turns where he can wind slash. And I always get another turn before he possibly can charm again. So we are fine. Because fairies will... So one of the problems we had with the white mage is actually our little white mage very frequently would cast spells instead of doing anything else. Which the problem with this is, of course, that the white mage wouldn't knock herself out of the confusion, so I couldn't do anything. Plus, worst case scenario, she would cast armor on Biblos, which happened once during one of the attempts. Are there any of you have to finish multiple times? No, I haven't done any more than once. But theoretically, Solo Berserker is possible. Practically, you would need to win the lottery a few times type of luck in order to actually finish it. We got all the way to the final boss with the Solo Berserker, which is basically as much as I promised we would do. And that's kind of where we're sitting. Let's see, 2 wind slashes and maybe a physical attack we need to survive in order to be safe against the confusion. Yes, the Solo Berserker is literally just auto-attacking everything, and you can't heal, can't do anything during the combat, which is the biggest problem about it. Let me guess, his next attack is gonna be Charm. Nope. Magic Hammer, even better. I should have probably healed. Would only be 29 HP wasted. I'm actually gonna heal here. Honestly, we are staying alive a lot more easily than I anticipated we would. I figured it would be much more of a struggle to just balance my HP versus attacking. Not fast, but it seems to be relatively steady, so that's good. Uh-oh, there's a charm. And an immediate physical attack. Sonic Wave. I have to admit, I didn't even plan ahead as to what I would want to do for the next set of bosses after Biblos. We're gonna be a relatively high level for them, but some of them are still not gonna be necessarily easy at all. Look our low damage button and all. Definitely gonna heal here, only 15 HP wasted. Kinda wish Sonic Wave would cost MP, that would be great. Like, even if it was like 5, that would speed up this process immensely. Another charm. And a physical attack in the back. You know, you would think that eventually Ferris would wisen up to Biblos schemes, where Biblos just charms her into joining his side, and then just stabs her in the back repeatedly. Seems kind of mean to me. One could almost think that the chance to hit is linked to our level and speed as well, which I assure you it isn't. It's kind of strange that we keep missing though. But then again, he does have, what was it, 30% evasion? Something like that. Minus 15 because daggers. So it's only like a 15% evasion, which is still decently high. So it happens reasonably frequently anyways. Sure, let's heal. I could have waited for his attack, I suppose, because he was not gonna confuse me that next turn. I'm not exactly keeping track of where he is in his AI script. The only thing I need to know is whether he has a Wind Slash turn next or not. That way, I know he technically can confuse, because Wind Slash turns are, well, his confused turns. Or more specifically, one of them is. One of the two. Bum, 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 da, 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 da. I wonder whether I should just use a regular potion at this point here. Nope, not now anyways. But just before, it was like just low enough HP that it's uncomfortable, but high enough HP that I don't want to heal. It's kind of that awkward spot, so to speak. Charm. Magic Hammer. I'm okay with this. Ferris is going to knock herself out of the confusion. Okay. And another charm immediately. So actually, charm is not particularly dangerous because of the thief's speed overall. That's good to know. By the way, a quick update for how far we are into the fight. He currently used up 200 out of his 1000 MP, which means we are 1/5 of the way there. So that's nice. $250, $160. And 2 physical attacks would be 300. Okay. 550 HP actually should be sufficient to to survive everything he throws at me, in theory. That's the big theory. Dum, dum. But yeah, considering how much damage we deal and how potentially dangerous a counterattack terrain is, I will probably want to get close enough to go below 800 HP or just to 800 HP, but not any lower than that. So I think that sounds like a reasonable goal to aim for. Just around 800 HP and then we wait. In fact, I could just go ahead and use regular potions. Then again, it might be more efficient instead of using regular potions. I could instead go ahead and just defend, which if he hits me with a physical attack, that's going to be worth more than a potion. Well, that's kind of a big if. He doesn't physically attack that frequently. Plus I have a decent chance to avoid it. So maybe actually regular potions are going to be useful. Mildly unexpected. Likes to hit those attacks sometimes. What a meanie. At this point I'm really curious how much HP he has left over, but I did not keep track of that at all. Basically the only time I know he's above 800 HP is if he counterattacks with armor, but he only does that 1 in 3 times, so I'm never really sure. 1. Oh, there's a charm. Magic Hammer. Actually, I don't mind him using charm. Not usually inherently dangerous. At least not any more than anything else he does for the most part. Especially if I just keep my HP decently high. I definitely prefer charm over him using Wind Slash overall. I'm just gonna use a potion here. Am I running him out of MP? Yes. I am attacking though. I am attacking though, but I don't get an opportunity to attack all that frequently. I just need to keep my health high up, because if he confuses me and then does like a series of attacks that while I can't do anything, it would be pretty bad to lose to that kind of thing. Alright, 0 since last armor. Also welcome to you, Pressure. I hope you're doing well. Only 30 damage, yep. He has reduced my level to level 1. I'm sitting in the back row with a dagger. And he has armor, which means all the physical damage is halved on top of that. Thank you, I appreciate that. Let's see. Physical. Could have Wind Slashed here for 220 damage and hit another. Actually, I get to heal before. So yeah, even in worst case scenario, we're actually still quite fine overall. With that amount of HP. Well, could have been a little bit sketchy. So my threshold of HP is actually quite fine. Hello. 1. Can I get a double confusion chain? No, actually. He can only cast confusion 1 in 4 turns. And it's one of the Wind Slash turns where he can possibly do that. So Ferris is always going to be able to knock herself out of confusion before he gets to the next confusion turn. So she should always get a turn before he can immediately confuse again. Pretty sure anyways. Let's say he uses Magic Hammer here. And then Ferris knocks herself out of confusion. His next attack can be Wind Slash, for example. So that's the most damage he can do. Then he's going to do something else right here. And then he would be able to confuse right now again. So basically, I always get a turn in between confusions. Which was not true for the White Mage because you had a lot less agility, so it was always possible to die in theory, too. Every time you like the griper on the top. Just saying hi. Okay, 0. On. Charm. Cost him 4 MP. And Magic Hammer cost him 3 MP. Hey, that's a nice combo. I like that actually. Can you use Charm again? Wait, you can't use Charm again. I don't like the Wind Slash though, that's just mean. Yeah. This is fine. Oh, drain. Oh, 210. That is 13 MP here. Okay. The reason I'm pausing real quick is because I want to get as close as possible to... Ooh, this could be bad. No, we should be fine. Alright. He has about 1038 HP left, approximately. At the very minimum, anyways. So I wanna get close to him casting Drain again, but I only want to possibly trigger the Drain when I'm in safe HP territory. Well, this actually is going to require a lot of micromanagement here, so let's see. More magic hammers, please. I love these magic hammers, they're great. Miss, that's okay. 140. Eight. Three. Yes. So far, we're almost a third of the way through his MP. Before every battle, you must sacrifice your friends for power? No! Friends have friends, not food. Please no eat. Magic hammer. Sonic wave. By the way, that one drain attack, I'm still working on bringing his HP back down from him using drain earlier. This is how little damage we deal. His one drain healed him for so much. Minus 28. Oh! Alright, I'm actually off by a bunch. So that's 215. So 800 plus 215 minus 28. It's good to know. So I basically am just approximating his how much HP I think he has at this point. And on 300 we just use an elixir to heal. I think I made a mistake earlier with how I subtracted the numbers properly. Or improperly, I suppose. 28. And an armor counter. Perfect. Magic hammer. Very nice. We are breezing by at a glacier's pace. I did the music briefly speed up there. That's just me. Minus 26. He has just slightly over 900 HP remaining. 38, wait, 3. Yeah, I think him casting Drain is overall pretty fine. I just need to hope that sometimes we also resist it. We have about, I guess, 10% chance to resist it. We have an Elf Cape and the Plume Hat. Try it. 29. So, next attack he most likely is going to cast Drain here. Most likely. So, I don't actually want to attack him here until I'm have a little bit more reasonable HP. So I'm just going to spend my turns using regular potions. Because might as well. Until I have to heal for more, that is, obviously. Magic Hammer. Wind Slash. Yeah, we definitely use a regular potion now. Magic Hammer. He can confuse me next turn again, in theory. He tried to. That's a 10% chance to resist. This is why we have the Plume Hat equipped. Alrighty, now. That's 28. Armor, okay. So, this means he has at the very least 800 HP remaining, which actually I was off by at least 8, so I can approximate this further. I know guaranteed that his next attack is going to... or my next attack is going to make him use Drain right here. Well, if we don't get the 1 in 3 chance that he doesn't use Drain, that is. I still prefer Charm overall. It's kind of mostly risk-free. $150, yeah. I'm gonna wait for his next move. Right, we attack. Plus 200, minus 29. Minus 26. Charm, okay. So far, we are 400 MP in. More specifically, 404 MP. Which actually means our high potions at this point are keeping pace with his damage. So as long as I'm not accidentally killing myself via hitting him with, well, while he can counterattack with Drain at an inopportune time, we are going to actually drain his MP faster than we drain our resources. That's kinda neat. So overall it is indeed worthwhile to attack him here to drain his MP faster. Minus 27. 3 more attacks and he is going to be below 800 HP again, almost certainly. More specifically, 3 more hits. I guess I do have to hit in order to drain his HP. Hey Mendenzo, welcome. How are you doing today? I'm doing quite alright over here. Just slowly grinding away at this fight. We're not quite halfway through yet, but we're getting there. Alright, next turn, he will most certainly use his Drain ability if I physically attack him. So I need to be mildly careful. Yeah, we should be fine. Oh, he missed. That's perfect. That's amazing, actually. 10% chance. Alright. However, kind of like before, I don't want to attack him with this low HP. I want to be at least at 800 HP or higher. I'm just gonna use bulb potions while I don't have anything else to do. Still doing these solo challenges, indeed. And they complete, well, go on until they're complete. That's kind of the short version. I really did not expect to use regular potions in this fight, but then again, this just makes the most sense right now. Oh. So strange. You've at least substituted for one high potion so far. Okay, I don't know where he is in his ice grip though, so I don't want to attack right now. Magic Hammer, okay, Wind Slash can be next. Wind Slash is indeed next, so we wait. Keep using potions. Thank you. But yeah, that document pretty much has everything. For a lot of characters I have particular notes and keeping track of certain things and additional information in the various sheets. It's not necessarily like in a... how to put it? I did not necessarily put it into a particularly presentable way, as much as I just have these notes in the sheets for myself. But if you'd like to make a copy of certain things in order to use it for yourself, be my guest. Because it might be useful. Alright, here we finally use a high potion to bring ourselves back to decent HP. There's a charm right after, whoops. Did he just try to use a magic hammer? I kinda missed that one. Did anybody see that? Alright, we're gonna... Do we attack here? I'm gonna wait out his next move. Magic Hammer, okay, thank you, Pressure. So that is +3, good, good, good. Right, I'm gonna wait out his next move. If it's Charm, I don't want to... I don't want to do this with Wind Slash either. Kind of uncomfortable. I don't want to attack into the drain when there's a chance that I could die if I mismanage it. So, can I just be slowly chipping away at my health with regular potions again? He did, thank you. I do appreciate that. More magic hammers. Wind Slash, now we heal proper. Good block Ferris. Now we attack. -27 plus... Oh, he missed again! He missed again! That's amazing! Only a 10% chance. Well, at least I think it's a 10% chance. That saves us a lot of time, actually, overall, every time we do that. Plus 215. Alright. And a charm on top of it. That would have been the wrong turn to do this, but we're fine. That's why I went with high enough. HP -29. And that was also another 13. Okay, we're actually halfway through his MP, thanks to a lucky streak of him just missing his counter-attack drains. Another charm already. 503 MP used up. Well, excuse me, 506. And use a high potion here. Unless he hits me with physical attack, then we would just use an elixir. Did you miss a potion yet on Biblos? No, potions you cannot miss. Healing abilities and spells do not traditionally have a chance to hit. Same with damaging spells that deal straight up damage numbers, most of them anyways. There are exceptions to that, like Drain for example does have a chance to miss. So there's that. But Drain also has the additional effect of, well, draining HP. Minus 28. So it's either 1 or 2 more attacks when he will use Drain. Using it on the Biblos instead, I see. Yeah, potions automatically target yourself, so there's very little risk of that happening. In the White Mage, because I was using the healing staff all the time, and it tries to target Biblos instead first, that can happen. Which I believe actually that was responsible for at least one reset. Alright, we're actually high enough HP so I can attack here. Let's see, I don't know how much HP he exactly has. Armor, okay. So, this is actually the perfect amount in theory. So next attack guaranteed, he is going to cast Drain again as a counter attack. Well, with a 2 in 3 chance, to be specific. Maybe use a high potion here. Yeah, 830, we should be fine. We just used the Wind Slash. Well, or not. We miss. That's okay. On the other hand, now we just use potions until we need to use a high potion. Kind of stretching our supplies here, but this all helps in the end, just drain him more and more of his resources too. 430. Sure, high potion. I was considering an elixir here. Magic hammer. Hey King Smashington, welcome. How are you doing today? Minus 28 plus... Oh! He missed again! Wow! That's so lucky. And we get to do this again. Ah, maybe. Is it Yasha now? I haven't leveled up yet. Welcome to you. I hope you have a nice day today. Okay, I'm just gonna potion here. I'm okay with him going Charm, Hammer, Charm. But then don't use the Wind Slash after, that's just rude. Magic Hammer, alright. If he hit the physical attack we would have used an elixir here, but High Potion is just fine. You're doing well, that's nice. I'm doing quite alright, thank you. No complaints. Magic Hammer. Means he can Wind Slash next. I'm gonna wait until I see what he does next. He does Wind Slash, so I'm just gonna potion here instead. Because my next physical attack is guaranteed to have a high chance of getting drained in return, so I don't want to bring my HP too precariously low, just to stay on the safe side. I'm playing this probably safer than absolutely necessary, but I think that's quite alright. This is one of these kinds of fights where if you make a mistake, well, there goes an hour of your time. Because you mismanaged. So I'd rather invest like an additional 10-15 minutes of just being cautious in the middle here. Charm, nice. Magic Hammer next, please. Oh, no threats, please. Also, by the way, anybody who's currently looking at the Solo Character Challenge document, you might see actually in the Thief tab, the Biblos column effectively filling up right now. Because that's how I keep track of how much MP he has used up so far. Kind of came up with that idea just on the fly earlier. So we are at 571 so far. Probably, unless I miscounted somewhere, which is possible. I make mistakes. Frequently. Probably not now, but hey, who knows. It's a really long fight. I don't even know when we started. Oh, there goes my work for healing with potions. That's okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mendenza. I do tend to get carried away when making spreadsheets. Because one thing I realized when I was just kind of taking notes for speedruns for like Tales of Fantasia, it is much easier to read your own notes if you have proper formatting and such. So when I realized that, I actually started having proper formatting for all my speedrun notes and such. Alrighty, pack here. 26. Hey, he didn't counterattack. He should have counterattacked. It's a 2 in 3 chance. Come on, buddy. I want to see your drain. And plus 215. Alright. Magic Hammer right after. We're at pretty much exactly 600 MP remaining. Also, sorry if I can't reach chat properly sometime, because my little calculator is covering up the thing. Yeah, honestly, one of the bigger mistakes I personally made when going to, like, I don't know what the proper word is, but basically higher education IT school, is I didn't properly format my notes, so it was really difficult to learn and rehearse them at the time. So, yeah. It's 26. Magic Hammer. Something deeply satisfied getting something set up like that. Highly functional, wonderful, place into the eyes. Everything just in the right place. Yeah. Honestly, the biggest surprise to me is kind of, I start in some corner of the document, like with just something I put somewhere, and after a bunch of work, without me realizing I'm doing all that stuff, without having necessarily a grand plan beforehand, it kind of comes together surprisingly nicely. Like, I have some basic ideas on what I want to do. But yeah. Alrighty, so my next physical attack can possibly cause the drain effect again, so we want to stay above 800 HP in order to prevent, well, avoid getting drained to death. Right. I genuinely did not expect to just stretch out my supplies with regular potions, honestly. This is kind of something I came up in the middle of the fight and it just makes the most sense. So strange. Bonk. Alright, we do want to use a high potion here. If he used a physical attack and hit, I would have used an elixir, but don't have to. We are well ahead of schedule for running him out of magic, so my safe approach is working pretty well, I would say. There's no reason to play it any more risky than we do. Wind Slash. Can Wind Slash again next turn, but with this amount of HP we are in pretty safe turf. Magic Hammer. Yeah. I think the biggest difference that I make nowadays with taking notes versus what it was before is proper use of color. You know, the quote-unquote funny thing about it is I learned it like 3 different separate times in school. Teachers trying to tell me, hey, you should use colors in order to emphasize on notes and just kind of highlight stuff so you know where to find certain things or it's easier to find. I never really got that until I started trying to take speedrun notes. Okay, he has probably 801 HP remaining. The next attack is guaranteed going to have him a chance for counterattacking with terrain. And we have high enough HP to just go for it. Well, still missing. Still need to learn color coding stuff. Yeah. I feel like when I realized the thing about the notes, it just kind of something clicked and I just basically automatically look for proper coloring of text, maybe boldening or highlighting, etc. And Google Documents is just very convenient for that kind of stuff. Yes, Globo, that's actually pretty much exactly what I'm looking for. ADHD makes it way too easy for you to forget something 12 seconds after you finish it. Well, I don't know whether I have ADHD. I've never really got a proper analysis / prognosis, but that's something I definitely do too. That is very much a thing that happens to me. Seems to be worse than you were a kid. Interesting. I do seem to be more forgetful too. But again, I don't actually know. Alright, minus 26 plus... number 15. Okay, 990 HP remaining. And... that is... well, that was fine HP. Let's use an elixir, might as well. Now we can attack for a while again until we need to worry about the rain. Minus 26. Medication to help you handle. Nice. It's really nice to... I feel like it's really nice to have something that just kind of makes you able to handle it better. Generally speaking, it has never been bad enough for me in a sense, even though I know I'm in that direction, that I would have, well, been motivated enough to get medications and stuff. Then again, it would probably be nice. Be not quite as much of a doofus anymore at times. You tuned in and started watching thinking this looks nothing like Final Fantasy 5. Only if you realize that you're watching an ad. That happens. Welcome to you, Tomba Terror. I imagine most ads don't exactly display Final Fantasy 5. Would be surprised. Kanji compounds. Oh dear. No problem. That's always good. Honestly, as long as you can and also know where to look up stuff, I guess that's mostly fine. But it's also nice to just have it all in one place too, isn't it? Yeah, that's fine. 26. Once again, possibly one more attack is going to mean that he is going to counterattack with Drain. Actually, no, it's never going to mean that. Thinking freeze. I'm pretty sure he does not counterattack with Drain. With my next attack, I'm still going to play it safe. Again, no reason to play it any more risky than necessary. Compounds you get from combining 2 or more kanji to form a word/phrase. I see. I see. Interesting. Interesting, Tombatera. Or Tuma? Feel free to correct me on how to pronounce your name if you'd like to. Minus 26, yeah, he's not below the threshold. Next attack is going to be below the Drain threshold, so he will counterattack with Drain. And a Charm. Okay, I'm fine with that. So, unfortunately, there was no opportunity for us to get him to just 666 MP used up. But hey, that's okay. Alright, we heal again until we are above 800 when we get a turn. While not being on a wind/turn, that is. Charm. Nice. I did this too. I'm gonna heal a little bit more. Written in the furigana too. Put the meaning. I see. I've been trying to get started on learning Japanese multiple times, but every time I just kind of keep being able to practice a few characters and then I stop again and I forget them. Then I would need to start again. I guess the biggest problem for me is that there's just no practical application to continuously be motivated to use it, honestly. Toe and not two? Oh, it is toe. Okay, Tombatera. Thank you. Oh, missed. Charm. Are you a fan of Final Fantasy Tactics at all? I have never played the game, so I couldn't tell you. Generally speaking, I'm not the biggest fan of tactics games, they just don't necessarily appeal to me. But it looks nice. Plus 215. Now here's a curious thing. It's not that I dislike the tactics of the tactics games, I just don't exactly know why I'm not necessarily drawn to them. I think, honestly, the biggest reason, at least right now, as to why I'm not interested in tactics games is because I feel like they are like a huge commitment of a type of chess I'm not currently willing to spend the brain power for, if that makes sense. On top of that, there's always going to be more systems on top of everything else to optimize and include, and well, I guess I'm just motivated for that currently. It's definitely one of the games that may try eventually, Final Fantasy Tactics that is. Just have no idea when that might be. Oops, no, 26. and welcome to Nesachi. How long does it take for this boss to be defeated? Once he runs out of MP, probably another 10 minutes? 15? For reference, he has 300 MP left out of 1000, so we are 70% through his MP. And I'm repeatedly attacking him just so he has a chance to cast armor on himself, which doesn't do anything anymore at this point, aside from costing him 3 MP. So yeah, it's slow going. The expectation is that it takes longer than an hour. How much longer? I don't know. Probably faster than the white mage though. Okay, the next attack has a decent chance of, well, making him counterattack with drained. But I wanna be careful about that. Too long. Yeah. Basically, we just don't have enough damage output without leveling up to like level 60, which I don't want to do around here again. That... It just takes a really long time to run him out of magic. That's just kind of the nature of the beast. Or let's just do a hair potion here. I'm also playing it relatively safe, which I would guess, in the grand scheme of things, cost me like 5 to 10 minutes overall. This is fine. Favorite will always be Final Fantasy IX. An excellent choice, I have to say. When I played Final Fantasy IX casually for the first time, that wasn't too long ago, but I honestly was genuinely surprised and impressed about the game, and I didn't expect to like it as much as I did. I figured I would like it, but that game is really, really good. The one downside about Final Fantasy IX to me personally is that the battle system just doesn't work quite as well with the lengthy animations. Alright, we're just gonna use elixirs here. I really like the concept of Final Fantasy II, but it seems to be the type of game that, in order to enjoy it, you kind of want to know more about its mechanics, so you can actually plan and play into them rather than just getting screwed over by them, if that makes sense. That's just kind of my impression overall. Wow, he's being really mean right now. That speaks in volumes. Yeah. I think I can agree with that, Batera. Yeah, honestly, in a Final Fantasy VI type of storytelling, where you have kind of different characters just crossing paths with each other, converging, but pretty much everybody having their own agenda to a large degree, their own problems, their own history, as well as just kind of coming together to, like, work together. I absolutely love Final Fantasy VI type of storytelling. That's literally my favorite in any kind of medium. So it has been my favorite for a long time. Then Final Fantasy V came around, and well, it's just the most interesting one to make play challenges into for me personally. And then eventually I played Final Fantasy IX, which is just really, really nice in so many ways. Okay, He... If we landed 27... Actually, 27 would not be enough, but if we deal 28 damage, he could be counter-attacking with Drain, so kind of like before, I don't want to be at least above 800 HP remaining before I attack again, when he can counter-attack with Drain. Yes, Final Fantasy 9 OST is really, really good. We use a high potion here. Nice block fairies. Alright, let's see where we are. The counterattacks with... Okay, I knew this was armor, because it was only 26 damage. Next attack is going to be guaranteed him counterattacking with Drain, if he counterattacks. Which is in case I hit, as well as he chooses the 2 out of 3 chance to use Drain. Sabin gave up the throne to live a life of freedom. Yep. And Edgar gave up the freedom to take on the throne. Those two are my favorite 2 characters. Like, I couldn't decide which one was my favorite character, there's so many good ones. But it's just kind of the combination of the 2 brothers that I really enjoy. 11, 10. Seven. 3. Was your first Final Fantasy on PlayStation, so there's that. That's fair. That's 29. So the plan here is to drain his MP and then 28 damage a time round him down. Yep. Basically, he only starts counterattacking with terrain once he is below 800 HP remaining, which means he has approximately 927 HP remaining. I say approximately because I didn't keep precise track of it, I only started keeping track once we started counterattacking. So chances are that once he is out of magic, we just plunk him down to 0 HP with 27 to 29 damage at a time. And thank you. Pretty much everybody ended up being terrified of her in her way. Yeah, Realm is really intriguing as a character too. Sign is really good too. Yeah, Sign has one of the most brutal, well, backstories in a sense, but I guess in the sense that you kind of directly witness it. Oops. I messed up with the calculation. Okay, we're fine again. 2 attacks and he is likely going to counterattack with Drain again. Twice, yeah. At least if you go into the dream sequence. Actually, even without that. No. Never mind. That's literally in the story. I'm wrong. Okay, next attack is gonna guarantee it counterattack with Drain. So I want to be above 800 HP remaining. So we just start using regular potions until we either are above 800 HP or have to use a high potion. Which is refreshing. Yeah, I can see that. He has exactly 200 MP remaining. We are 4/5 of the way through his MP pool. you had felt. Yeah, makes sense to me. You really like that they start as enemies? Yeah. This is interesting. I'm not gonna use an elixir here, despite having the low enough HP to warrant using an elixir, because I think I might actually not be fast enough to use the elixir before Biblos gets another turn. And I was kind of worried about that, whether he would use Charm. Just kind of the timing, I think, is slightly sketchy, since using an elixir in combat in Final Fantasy V takes up a little bit of your ATB time. I don't actually know how much, I just know it's a little bit. Yeah, I imagine people did find it at some point, King Smashington, but if you see a forest full of ghosts and stuff that are also overly aggressive overall, oh, he missed again. Nice, that's really lucky. If you see a forest full of ghosts that are also rather aggressive and you're maybe not the strongest combatants, you might want to avoid it, to be fair. Once that thing got suplexed. Ow. To me personally it didn't ruin it for that, but yeah, I suppose. You can suplex it, but you don't necessarily know that, because a lot of other big enemies at that point you cannot suplex. Okay, we use an elixir here. Magic Hammer. Attack. Oh, missed. Again. Charm. I love when he uses Charm Magic Hammer. It's great. Because it costs him 7 MP total. Isn't that lovely? Gonna use a high potion here. He can win slash next, but let's see, minus 29 plus... Oh, he didn't counterattack, okay. So more than 3 turns for him to not counterattack when he can with Drain. Minus 29 plus 210. Okay, also costs him 13 MP to cast Rain, which is why I use it like this. Kefka is the incarnation of evil. Maybe. Magic hammers. Please use more magic hammers, I really appreciate that. You don't think Kefka is truly evil though. He's more insane and indifferent to the suffering of others. I mean, I would classify that as evil. Personally, anyways. Like, you could... sure, you're expressing it more nuanced. Also, the chat is going by too quick. I can't read it right now, because I'm kind of focused on keeping track of stuff. Alright, next attack he has a chance to counterattack with terrain again, so we want to stay above 800 HP. You were surprised that it took until number 16 for people to vote for Berserker? I did not put it up to vote, actually. Berserker was one of those classes that for a long time I just figured I'm just not gonna do it. But then I just kind of, this year, in January in fact, I just kind of made it a New Year's event where let's just start the journey of the Berserker. So it wasn't that people voted for it, because I kind of just decided, okay, I'm gonna do this now, I feel like I'm properly motivated, I know what I'm getting into, so let's just do it. So we had effectively 2 weeks of straight grinding, for the most part. To be fair, we also completed various point-and-click adventure games and did some other stuff on the side, because all I needed to do with the Berserker was just move left and right and hold down the A button. A villain you did not like, Kuja. I think that's the Final Fantasy 9 dude. I actually don't remember him at all. Isn't there a list of self-lock with the Berserker? There can be. That is a possibility. Also, let's go for it. Minus 26 plus 105. And Magic Hammer. 13 and 3. There can be a soft lock with a Berserker. Specifically in the Super Nintendo version, if you try to run or have a Berserker with a chicken knife. Or more specifically, if your entire party is berserked, you can no longer run away from combat. However, if the chicken knife procs the flee ability of a thief from a berserk person, you actually do softlock the game. That is indeed a possibility. I remember I did not mind Kuja overall. I don't really remember him too much though, to be fair. Yeah, it doesn't. That softlock does not happen in any subsequent version of the game. That includes the PlayStation version, by the way. The PlayStation version did fix that bug. He's just not counterattacking with armor. To be fair, it's only 1 in 3 chance, but still. I'm just gonna heal here. By the way, we are very close to running him out of magic. Final Fantasy 15. I just don't have a proper PC to play that game. Then again, that would also not be currently be interested. Currently. Maybe sometime. I think I reached the capacity limit of my calculator. Give me a second, guys. Uh-oh. 875. I made a mistake somewhere on my calculator and suddenly it acted weird. Oh. I somehow pressed numlock? When did I do that? That's weird. Okay. I don't know whether I have the precise number anymore for stuff. Minus 29. So next attack is a pretty decent chance to have Biblos counterattack with terrain, so I'm going to wait. Yeah. To my knowledge, a lot of people really like Final Fantasy 15, and it does not look like a bad game. I just don't really know anything about it. Why would he? Seven. Oh, okay. Did not counterattack. Just as a heads up, we are almost there. 59 MP remaining. I was considering just waiting until, or instead of attacking, I would just wait. But I think attacking him to cause one more drain is the way to go. We will just bring him to low HP at this point. We are no longer going to attack Biblos below the HP threshold, where he's going to drain until he's actually on low enough MP that he can't use it anymore. Not a bad game, the combat is just lackluster. I don't know. I like the style of combat overall. I've never played it though, just kind of from looking at it, it looks like it's type of combat I would enjoy. Then again, thinking about it, I'm not a fan of the newer Tales of Games types of combat, because I'm not that big of a fan of just having a ton of bullet sponge, or well, damage spongy enemies. Huh. Strange. It did look neat though. Restrictive? You don't get quite as much freedom as you would like. So 2 more attacks. Actually, maybe 1 more attack I can do before I need to stop attacking and just wait until Biblos drains the remaining of his own MP. Six, yeah, we can. No, actually, we cannot. No, we cannot attack anymore. We have to wait now, because if I attack now, he is going to. Oops. Give me a second. Sorry. There we go. Alright, yeah, let's try this again. If I attack now, he has 20 MP remaining, and he would heal for 210. It would take me longer to blink down that amount of... Wait, he's out of magic? I completely miscounted. I'm 20 MP short on him running out of magic. Okay, I'm okay with this. Let's finally go. Out of MP! That was way faster than the white mage, I can tell you. Which means there's also no more chance for confusion, so the most dangerous parts are him just using Wind Slash a bunch. Finally. Yep, finally indeed. Now we just need to blink down about 770 HP remaining. with a dagger. Ah. Hello, Mimakari, welcome. How are you doing today? You feel like this worst boss for solo runs? For some it is. For others, there is worse, I dare to say. But he can definitely be quite a significant roadblock. It's not gonna be particularly easy for a monk, for example, but at least the monk has a way past this guy without having to just straight up run him out of magic. It's gonna take a while to grind to that point, but gonna be fine. You're doing good. That's nice. I'm doing quite alright as well, thank you. Biblos can be a real route for Port of Fiesta? Yeah, absolutely. Like what I'm doing right now, if you have only access to white mages and or thieves, this is pretty much the situation you're in. You kind of have to just run him out of magic, and that's just how it is. Which, by the way, if anybody ever gets into that situation in the Forge of Fiesta and you want to take on a challenge to actually take down Biblos in this fashion, my respect to you. I would not think any less of you if you were to just turn one of your cactus into a freelancer and use a bunch of fire rods there. It's kind of weird suddenly not having to switch over again. I wonder where I missed the 20 MP somewhere. I guess I just made that many mistakes over the course of the battle. Oh well. That's okay. So I basically want to just stay above 400 HP. I think that's the short version. 400 HP is the threshold where Wind Slash plus physical attack, I would still survive, and he's not fast enough to get in more than that. At least I think. Let's see, that was my attack. That's one of his attacks. Yeah, I'm faster than him going twice. That's kind of the short version. Honestly, Thief is kind of nice with agility. It makes a huge difference. It does not make up for the lack of attack damage, but it makes a huge difference. Gonna wait and see what he does. Magic hammer, we attack. Same deal, just wait and see what he does. Personally, when there is like an enemy in the game that just has so much defense and it takes you a long time to take it down, it always depends on whether there's more enemies like that and you're just too low of a level, or whether that's just kind of a unique type of boss that you can take on and it's just really difficult. It's basically the difference between one is just annoying, when you just have to level and that's how it is, and the other one is just actually pretty rewarding because you might just take down a big bad evil dude or at least a big monster before you're necessarily supposed to. That's kind of the satisfaction I get from certain games. Which is once again part of the reason why I'm not that into Tales of games anymore nowadays. At least not the newer versions. Or also, for that matter, part of the reason why I kind of stopped playing Ys, Awful Falgana, is when I realized that, oh, I was just beating these bosses at too low a level and I had a blast. But here's this boss here in the lava area where I constantly take damage and I literally just don't have enough DPS with perfect play. So I level up one level and suddenly it's easy because I had so much practice in taking it down or playing perfect, but it was just literally not possible. That's kind of when I got a bit disillusioned with the game, even though otherwise it's really good. I guess this is kind of a large reason why I really like Dark Souls. Sure, a good build and a good weapon will help you tremendously, but you can still reasonably do it without. That's kind of the fun part about it. It's kind of weird to compare everything with Dark Souls, isn't it? But to me it's just kind of an excellent example of what I enjoy in games in terms of difficulty. I don't mind RPGs existing that are just more of a concept of if people would like to get around the problems by grinding and have that opportunity, that's nice. I think that's quite alright. It's just not my cup of tea. In case you're wondering how much HP Biblos has remaining, my number says 131, but I do not know how accurate that is. Might be a bit more, might be a bit less, but it's a decent ballpark number. Saga be like, you grinding? I'm gonna make bosses and enemies 10 times more difficult now. Wait, do they have scaling difficulty? One of my pet peeves of something I really don't like in games is actually difficulty that scales with your effort. I feel like if you put effort into a game in order to get a higher level and make your character more powerful, the enemies just leveling with you just entirely takes away from that, in my personal opinion. If I'm lucky, it's 2 more attacks in order to defeat Biblos. Don't exactly know where I am in terms of damage. There we go, we got him! Ah, first try! Like literally first try. The try just took 1.5 hours? Whee! That took a while. But hey, this is pretty much the expectation and it worked out perfectly. Shoutouts to El Magus, who kind of gave me the confidence to try it without leveling up any higher, because I wasn't sure whether this is gonna be sufficient. Turns out it was easily sufficient. We have 8 high potions remaining out of 99 and we used 8 elixirs along the way. Then again, I also used like 60 regular potions, which is something I didn't quite expect. Oh, alright, time to close my calculators. And just lean back and continue now. It's not gonna be easy for the thief in the future, but it's certainly going to be easier. I think we're gonna go back into the Steamship and grab like 30 or 40 high potions. I feel like that is a good way to go about it. Maybe. Well, we don't need quite that many, I don't think. Maybe we do. Depends. Actually, I guess we might. Thinking about it, I actually don't have enough maximum HP to survive Puropotas. So if I find a good place to actually, yeah, we're gonna grind in the longer ruins for the Puropotas. We want to have like 1600-ish maximum HP for them. Because otherwise, it's just gonna be one full HP explosion dead, haha, and there's virtually nothing you can do about that. Just by nature of, well, not having enough HP. By virtue of not having enough HP. Hey, there's a zoo. I don't have the Thieves Glove equipped in order to have a higher chance for stealing. There's only like 1.5% chance to get an elixir from him on each attack. Did I save? Let's see, 622, 811. I guess that was almost 2 hours? So more like 1 hour 45-ish to win that one. Alrighty. Not a whole lot else to say for now. I'm actually going to take a bit of a break here. Walking back to Karnak just before we go and grab a bunch of high potions. We don't need that many anymore, I don't think. A few more are gonna be useful, but we're gonna be largely fine. Okay, everybody. We managed to get past what I think is gonna be the is the biggest roadblock in the Thief Solo Challenge. And yeah, going to take a short break. Also do this. Hang on. Whoop. Okay, widescreen-ish, I suppose. And yeah, be right back, and I hope you enjoy the show. Alrighty, I'm back. You know, one of the biggest surprises is we only have 4 deaths so far, but I'm almost certain that's going to change. Oh, my test break screen scale up. Oh, I pressed the wrong button, I see. One of the biggest surprises is that we only have 4 deaths so far, but I'm pretty sure that's going to change once we hit certain hurdles. Especially X-Death at the end of World 2 is going to be a decently sized hurdle, I guess. In fact, we might want to consider grinding a sufficient amount during the Lonka Ruins, because it just happens to be one of the best places to grind in the first place. Because that's the same grinding spot that I used for the White Mage. Kind of as a preparation for effectively what is to come. Okay. Let's say 25 potions are gonna be sufficient. Probably. Don't need to go back up to 99, I don't think. Unless I'm missing. Actually, you know, 99 would be surprisingly useful for the grind against the Hydras. Kinda depends on how high I want to go. You know what? I'm gonna briefly go ahead and try to look at what we're going to be dealing with. So the next immediate concern... Oops, wrong enemy. Whatever. The next immediate concern is going to be Puropotas. To give you a brief preview, the problem about Puropotas is that they well, have a 1 in 3 chance to explode for their current remaining HP. They start with 1500 HP, and there's absolutely no way we can whittle them all down before they have a chance to explode. So preferably I would have enough maximum HP to survive a full-on explosion and some change. So about 1700 to 1600 HP remaining. So what this means is, let me actually go ahead and equip the Green Beret. I think this is gonna be pretty much the loadout that we're gonna go with overall. So let's see. We will have 46 agility, 29 strength, and 1700-ish HP would be at level 42. Level 42 looks like a good candidate, actually. Depending on how well the grind actually goes, it might just stick around there for level 44. But not more than 44. Yeah. That might be the best way to go about things, honestly. Let's aim for level 42 during the Lonka Ruins. I think that's gonna be a fine aim anyways. Which means we actually need to stock up on Phoenix Downs in order to take down the Hydras. This way! Indeed. Alright, how many? 10, 15 more. Maybe more. I mean, I'm not getting experience here. One of the interesting things is, in the Lonka Ruins, I can steal high potions from the Lonka Knights if I really want to. But then I also wouldn't run away from them, which is kind of the opposite side of the deal. The grinders obey signs. Maybe. I don't know whether Grinder can read. Good day, we believe in the power of Thief. Or the wisdom of spreadsheets? Why not both? Sounds like a reasonable way to go about it for me. Also, give me just a second. Alright, I'm back. I think these would approve of spreadsheets full of what to steal, who to steal it from, and what their weaknesses are. Probably. Couldn't steal? Oh, come on, Ferris. That's just silly. One of the reasons why the longer ruin grind is actually pretty reasonable to do as a solo white mage is because you do have healing spells, so you can counteract the level 4 Gravika death counter of the Hydras. But as a thief, we are just going to be bound to well, potions and high potions. If I get a preemptive strike on that encounter, I can just knock them out entirely. Get a little bit of experience along the way, kinda like that. Now let's shoot for 50 high potions. That might be a more reasonable goal initially. Then again, how much money do we have? 63. That's 13 more Phoenix Downs on top of the Flame Ring. Then again, I don't need an Angel Ring. Huh. I suppose I don't technically need the Flame Ring yet. I could steal a Flame Ring later, so we can buy an Angel Ring instead. Even if the stealing is gonna be a bit sketch. But we actually can still reasonably do it, so sure, why not? I might regret that later, but I think I'm just gonna buy an Angel Ring and not worry about the Flame Ring until we can steal it. Also, in case you're wondering why am I not just finishing off the defeater enemy in this encounter after knocking out the other guy, the reason is because after you defeat the defeater, it's going to summon the mole trap enemies. While they're not terribly dangerous or anything like that, it's just 2 more attacks. Basically, if you defeat the enemy last, you have to deal with these things. Then again, alternatively, I could just knock out both the defeater and the head, since I'm looking for experience too, and money. You know what, let's just start doing that. Oh yeah, I just remember why I'm not doing this. The poltergeist can use his tongue in order to make me get confused. That's very, very bad. Because that's kind of the most damage I can take from these encounters. Will this run continue the combo of never dying to a panda? Probably. A panda shouldn't be that big of a problem overall. Well, it's gonna be annoying to say the least. Because a panda can counterattack with armor, and so we only deal half the damage. But Thief is going to be super fast anyway, so we should be mostly fine. Yeah, the panda's in the chicken life zone, pretty much. mean, I'm pretty impressed about the streak of not dying to Apocalypse recently, honestly. A panda can kill you. It's not like he is harmless, but for the most part, not that big of a deal. According to the spreadsheet, the panda is the one boss to which you have no deaths. Oh, really? I did not even realize that. I'd never looked at it that way. That's interesting. Next best is Exodon Gilgamesh. Oh, that's not even supposed to be a dangerous enemy, but I think I've gotten a bit careless in some of my runs. So yeah, that sounds about right. Exactly, one death with Cannoneer. Yep, case in point. I probably wanted to steal the thing from him. I didn't realize how much damage Gilgamesh did in the front row. That sounds like something I would do. Because he does hit pretty hard. Alternatively, it could have been a reset. Because I didn't get the steal. And I accidentally knocked him out or so. I don't know. I don't remember. Figured Calotister would have been pretty low in death count. Probably. She can effectively drain your stats to the extent where it's just more efficient to just restart and run all the way back to her and then defeat her. That is a very real possibility, even if she might have been still beatable. Like, the funny thing is, to Calotister, you literally can't die if you have the bone mail equipped plus a wall ring. It's literally impossible to die to her. But it might also still take a really long time until it works out. No one does, but Oracle registers it as a skip. Pretty sure Oracle didn't die to her. I would be very surprised. So that's probably just a 0. Or supposed to be a 0, I guess. Did not mean to hit that guy. Hey, you get eye drops. I did believe that's actually the rare steal from the poltergeist enemies. That's interesting. Also, in case you have one, well, I guess we can finish it, or try to. But crew dust, when they are alone, as in the last enemy remaining, they like to, yep, it was the rare steal. They like to use flash that blinds you, and well, blind status effect does in fact work in Final Fantasy 5. You will miss 75% of your attacks if you have it. Did I forget? Oh, this explains a lot. I completely spaced out and didn't realize I didn't have the Thief's Glove equipped. I probably have seen the cape animation a bunch of times and it just didn't register in my brain. This is also why we try to steal so often and it just doesn't work. Now it should go a fair bit faster. I was thinking that's a kind of a low chance to steal right now. Shouldn't be that low, I suppose. Rabbit has never played Yoshi's Island. Touch fuzzy, get dizzy. Yep. Sounds about right. But hey, Rabbit now has a first-hand experience of Yoshi's Island. Some of the more interesting occurrences. High potion. Buy potion. How many do we have now at this point? 39. Alright, that's good enough for now. I was going for 50, but I'm getting bored here. Let's get out of here. I might regret this later. Maybe not, who knows? I don't know. I don't know anything, do I? Does high potion turn into buy potion when it's used? Probably. Do you think the slogans of shops when they want to get their containers back, like the bottles, they go ahead and say, hey, if you bring back the bottles or your buy potions, you get a 50% discount on your next purchase for more high potions. Makes perfect sense. Recycling, yep. Taco. Taco. I would like to have a taco. Haven't had taco in a long time. In Finland, every bottle you buy has added X amount on the price depending on the size. When you bring recycling, you get the X amount back. I think that's a good system. Sounds pretty solid to me. Incentivizes bringing the bottles back for well, getting your money refunded. Instead of punishing littering, you can just incentivize bringing stuff back. Usually, well, incentives like that are more successful, I would think. Bottling fee on plastic and glass bottles. Yeah. I think we only have that in certain... Actually, do we? No, we don't actually. We do have that for... Wait, we had that for glass bottles at some point. Probably still have it for some types of bottles, but not the ones I usually use now I think about it. Yeah, I mean that's an additional incentive, Cloudbully Crepes. At least people just cleaning up the environment out of the good of their heart, they can just do it thanks to, hey, they actually get something back from it. And that's great. It really helps that too. That's an interesting way to look at it, Atir. Nice. Make it worth people's time. Yep, I agree. Sounds like a good system to me. Helps the environment, helps people be... what's the word? Better people through incentives, I suppose. Alrighty, welcome to riding the Steamship. By the way, now we can no longer actually get high potions from the Steamship until a little bit later. You actually can return back to the Steamship, fun fact, but not until we have the airship. Or more specifically, not until we are back on the underground area. Kind of interesting. Alright, also, let's continue with our thief stealing shenanigans. Now we have access to Sahagins and Thunder Anemones. Sahagins have potions to steal, nothing else. Both common and rare steal are potions. Thunder Anemones, they have nothing to steal. Sea Aves here have softs and nothing else. And Sea Aves are so fast that not even Ferris is fast enough to knock them out. It's kind of interesting to say the least. Alright, then there's Corvettes further outside in the sea. They have a rare steal of a trident. The lightning elemental, well, trident, as in a spear type weapon for a dragoon. Pretty decent. But I think you can buy it somewhere around here instead, which might be easier. There's not much of a reason for me to go ahead and keep the ship as a thief, so we just turn it in. And there are also almonds somewhere on the sea. I don't even know how they look anymore. Oh yeah, those are the red Sahagins. They have a common steal of antidote and rare steal of high potion, and sea scorpio, which is just a regular potion for a common steal and nothing else. Then on the various islands and areas we now have access to, there's skull eaters, which their common steal is a tent, no rare steal. There's bombs, which common steal have a potion, nothing else. Then twin lizards are actually kind of funny. You know the twin lizards that basically attack, then turn around and then attack again, basically alternating each turn? They're kind of curious because in the initial form, they have nothing to steal. However, once they turn around, they have a rare steal of a high potion. I think that's kind of funny. Basically because those are technically two different monsters, and only one of them has a rare steal. Bio soldiers, their common steal is a battle axe, and their rare steal is a warhammer. The crescent enemies, their common steal is a silver bow, and the black flames, their rare steal is a speed drink. Stone golems, further around history, have a common steal of a soft, nothing else. Mini dragons around the same area have no common steal but a rare steal of a dragon fang. Prototype enemies have a common steal of an ether and nothing else. And Ramu, well, if you try to steal from Ramu, he has a high potion, which is actually an alternative way of getting high potions at a decent pace, not nearly as good as the Steamship though. Are we trying for all rare steals in this playthrough? No. The Solo Thief challenge by itself is already rough enough, so I don't need to add that to the equation. It did cross my mind, to be fair, but it's just kind of like to point out as to what we cannot get, generally speaking. They'll keep their high potion in their back pocket. Yep, that sounds about right for twin lizards. Would back lizard share his high potion with front lizard if he wound up in trouble, is your question? Probably. Considering that it is technically the same creature with two mouths, if you put it that way. I would suspect that back lizard, if it didn't just something to eat or a potion for healing, it would automatically affect the other potion as well. It just kind of makes sense. Have you ever seen these monsters use the high potions? No, the only thing you ever see is actually an enemy using the elixir animation, but that's about it. Speaking of elixir, that's a rare steal. That's pretty nice. And another elixir drop, okay! Alright, each attack has a 7% chance to give me an elixir on the zoo, so that's 3 attacks on that, plus a 1 in 16 drop chance for an elixir. Pretty good luck, I dare to say. You might need those, but yeah. I might actually use elixirs in the process of grinding Hydras later. Not sure yet, we'll see. Alrighty. Changing up equipment to the Elf Cape here. Green Beret is fine, the Full Moon Dagger. Alrighty. Welcome to the desert. In the desert we have a few more enemies to steal stuff from. There are the Sand Porkies, they have a potion. Nothing else. Sand Killers, they have nothing. The Sand Bears, they actually have a rare steal of a Javelin. A decently strong Dragoon weapon at this point. The problem is it's a rare steal, so it might take you a while to get it, so not really worthwhile. Either way, welcome to our next boss here. This is Sandworm. Sandworm has a grand total of 3000 HP and nothing to steal. Also, the reason I'm using a boomerang here is because Sandworm is always considered to be in the back row, which means all the damage from regular physical attacks is halved. Except that I have a boomerang that ignores the row penalty, so consequently I actually deal full damage with the boomerang, which is not much less maximum attack power as the Guardian Dagger. Also, all the Sandworm really does is switch holes, and if you accidentally attack a hole rather than the Sandworm, the idea is that you fall into the hole. Gravity takes you, and you take half your current health in damage. That's just what gravity does in Final Fantasy universes, which is also why it's sometimes called gravity as a spell. Either way, he also likes to just physically attack, but because he's in the back row, his physical attacks are rather harmless. Or use Quicksand, which is 60 damage to all party members, and also inflicts the HP leak status to everybody. It actually can be mildly dangerous to a relatively low-level party that doesn't have proper healing, but for the most part, especially for solo characters, he is an easy prey. As long as you can target your attacks properly. Which, well, some people might be realizing what I'm referring to. Of course, a Berserker can't aim the attacks. Which, by the way, if you attack randomly, it's not a 1 in 3 chance to hit the Sandworm. It's a 1 in 6. Due to how the fight is programmed, there are 5 dummy targets rather than just 2. Oh yeah. Sounds like elixirs are easier to get than high potions. Well, not really easier, but they are commonly acquirable from quite a bunch of enemies. Welcome to you, Solimius. I hope you're doing well. Well, actually, that's a good point. If you don't have a thief, elixirs are in fact more easy to acquire than high potions. Yeah. Most classes probably would prefer grinding in the... Well, most classes with some form of area of effect attacks will probably prefer grinding for elixirs in the ship graveyard, since there is a guaranteed one enemy with a chance to drop elixir every encounter. For those curious, it's 5 dummy target because each of the holes is counted on the 2 alternate Sandworm locations still exist when the Sandworm is not in those areas. Ah, that's how it works! Thank you, Lilithend. That actually makes a lot of sense. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and equip the Guardian Dagger, and... whatever. It would be more efficient to run away or equip the escape ability, because the enemies in here are kinda tricky to run away from at times. Not all of them though. Not always either. But we're largely fine. And yes, the bear here does have a javelin as a rare steal, but it's a rare steal, so good luck getting it. But then again, the bear also does not have a common steal, so if you just put it to sleep or something like that, and then you just repeatedly have thieves trying to steal without waking it up, that can actually be pretty efficient overall. It's Bear Raga. Yep, this is also the bear location that is commonly known as Baraga if you capture and release it as a Beastmaster. We did this, well, just 2 runs ago. Maybe I should have equipped Escape. Oh well. Yeah, definitely should have equipped Escape. This is why guaranteed escape is just so nice. These kinds of encounters here. At this point it would have been faster for me to just finish them off, but yeah. Bomb! Bombs have 440 HP and they can explode for their current amount of HP. Which means 440 damage. I think they might only do this if they are the last remaining enemy, but I'm not sure about that. Meow. Okay. For our next trick, we actually want to have our Guardian Dagger equipped. Because the next boss is going to be a little bit rough around the edges. It shouldn't be too... It shouldn't take too many tries, let's put it this way. But Great Claw is effectively Car Boss 2.0, which has a significantly higher chance to put you into critical HP, but also a slightly lower chance of paralyzing you in terms of actually choosing the paralyzing attack. Plus, we do have a Guardian Dagger and an Elf Cape, which gives us about 50% physical evasion. So that's going to be helping out tremendously overall. Oh, Wave. That's an interesting name. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean, but I'm going to wave at you. And welcome. I hope you're doing well. Wave. Okay. I'm gonna stop waving because otherwise I will have to walk the entire run. Actually, I can go wave during the cutscene, I suppose. Let's go. Alright, gonna stop waving and I'm actually gonna go here. Equip Guardian Dagger, Elf Cape, Green Beret, that's as good as it gets. Okay, welcome to Great Claw. Great Claw actually has a pretty solid amount of physical defense. Also, in case we want more potions, this is how you can get back into the Steamship, by the way, in case you may not have known. If you want to go and grab more high potions as a thief, you can go right back in there. That is your Steamship, as a matter of fact. And you can also go back here later, you can just land here and go into Steamship if you want to. Either way, Great Claw might take us a few tries, because I'm going to play it relatively risky. Not because I want to preserve resources as much as it's just, I think there's not really another way to play that encounter. You just play it relatively risky. Plus, you really want to avoid getting hit by mucus of Great Claw. So that's kind of going to be how we do this. So I'm gonna go back to save after we trigger the initial cutscene. That way, in case we have to refight it, which is not too terribly unlikely, we will be back very soon after that. To give you a brief idea on what Crayclaw does, Crayclaw has a 2 in 3 chance to use Tail Screw on its first 2 turns, which puts us into critical HP, so it's very likely it's gonna use this in the very first turn, and I'm in the back row. I should have gone in the front row, I'm a doofus. Alright, he has a 2 in 3 chance to... Well, let me put it this way, he has a 1 in 6 chance to hit us. So, the chance is 1 in 6, and I'm just playing the odds, and I'm gonna attack here instead of healing. I will heal the next turn, but right now, we're gonna for the attack. We only deal 110 damage as well, that's actually a lot lower than I hoped it would be. Next is Tail Screw, Mucus, or a regular attack. Tail Screw again, I'm okay with this. Now there's again 2 turns where it's a 1 in 6 chance each for him to hit me. Because even if he uses physical attack, we can still block it. Alright, now we go on heal again, because it's a... well, much higher chance to actually hit me during this turn here. And Mucus, this is horrible, because now we have both HP leak status, which means if he uses his Tail Screw attack next, we're dead. Oh, unless we resist it, I guess that can happen too. Plus we are super slow. But HP leak still killed us. So this is why we kind of have to play the odds and try to go fast and... well, circumvent getting Mucus, basically. So this is going to take a few attempts, but he only has 2000 HP. We did 500 damage right there, so this is going to be easier than Carl boss on average. But at the same time... oops, what am I doing? At the same time, it's still going to require a little bit of luck. Yeah, the only way to survive HP leak plus critical HP is if I were to wait and use a potion right after he uses the critical HP thing, but that's just not a reasonable way to approach this fight. He's going to be way too fast once I'm slowed. Which, by the way, Crayclaw has a speed value of 40, which means there's actually only like 3 job classes that are faster than Crayclaw. Those are Ninja, Mystic Knight, and... well... this one. There might be others that actually can come close enough anyways. Also, we can steal a Coral Sword. The main reason why you want to steal this is because it's money. That's it. It is a sword weapon that actually can be equipped by Mystic Knights. And there's Mucus again, and we're probably dead. You know, it might actually just make sense to just straight up attack instead of doing anything else during this. Thinking about it. Because, let's put it this way, if he uses Mucus, unless we are kind of in the later stages of his turns, we are dead anyways. Probably, most likely. There's very little chance of surviving anyways. So, consequently, that means we just hope that he doesn't use that 1 in 3. But also consequently, that means he has a 50-50, well, in terms of survival anyways, ignoring that possibility, to actually use his physical attack. So we can't just hope that we block any physical attack. So I think actually the better strategy is to just straight up attack until we have him relatively close to death, where we might reasonably survive 1 or 2 turns of getting mucused. I think I'm gonna do that, or try to do that anyways. Hey, we resisted the tail screw. That's not gonna last long. Oh, we actually still are not tail screwed. That's very unusual. There's the tail screw. This is actually turn 3, where he could have used Mucus instead, so next turn, 2 turns are once again pretty high chance to use tail screw anyways. Tail screw right here. Alright, next is the Mucus possible turn. And he used tail screw. Very nice. 130. And 40. We're halfway through. Nice block, Ferris. Unfortunately, I kind of completely lost track of where he is in his AI script. Good blocks. Tail screw. Oh, he hit. We dealt 1,620 damage to him. Pretty solid. We need to get a little lucky, but overall I think it's going to be in our favor. It feels like you should just brute force it with attacks. Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of my impression anyways. Because if you just start healing, considering he uses tail screw almost every turn, chances are you kind of have to just constantly heal. Which, considering that Mucus is going to absolutely destroy you regardless of what else you do, it just doesn't make sense to heal most of the time. So this is gonna be turn 1 again, 2 and 3 chance for tail screw. It's gonna be turn 2, 2 and 3 chance for tail screw again. Right, next is gonna be turn 3, 1 in 3 chance for tail screw, 1 in 3 for physical attack, and we blocked it, very good. And 1 in 3 chance to effectively die, let's put it that way. That is turn 1 again. Now we are getting to turn 2 right here. Alright, and next we need to survive the 50-50 of dying again, basically. Alright. So we are back in turn 1. Tail screw, very handy. Gonna be turn 2 right here. Actually, I'm gonna get to attack him before that. Okay, turn 3. Might consider healing, but we're just gonna try and punch through. Okay, I guess the third time he gets around to tail screw, we can't consider healing. Because at least we survived a physical attack. But really, the only reason why we would heal is for physical attacks actually hitting us. I suppose we survive one more Mucus turn, but the chance of surviving from then on is not that great anyways. Got a bit ambitious letting it right there. No, I think that's just the higher probability of succeeding in the end actually. I don't know entirely how to calculate it, but I think we have a better chance of success just trying to go for it, rather than trying to play quote-unquote safe. Because every third time, or every third turn, he just has a chance to use Mucus, which effectively is a death sentence. So the shorter the combat is, the less often that can possibly happen. And it just makes sense to rely on our chance to dodge, as well as our hopes and dreams to never get hit by the other stuff as well. Like, Mucus is just death here. Because if it was just HP leak, we could reasonably heal it out. But because it's also slow on top of it, there's not really a whole lot we can do about it. Like, we could heal it out if it was just slow. It would probably burn through like 20, 40, 50 high potions if we just go for the heal approach. But Mucus just kind of throws a wrench in that plan. Or Mucus into the gears, I suppose. If you want. On a completely random... Oh, no. There's nothing to do. On a completely random note, sometimes if you have mid pacing up and down on the far right side here, you can actually make it so you interact with Sid here just as mid is on the right side and you get a weird haircut. Or something like that. Sometimes it just replaces only the hair. I'm not entirely sure when I would need to time that, but I've seen it before. That looks kind of funny. Hey, we resisted Mucus. Wait, you can't resist Mucus? What's the probability of that? We might actually want to equip the... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hang on. We can resist Mucus. What's the probability? I didn't even realize that this would be an option to be able to resist it. What's the chance of Mucus missing? Okay, it has a 99% baseline chance of hitting. And Great Claw is level 43, so it's basically a 100% chance to hit, minus our magic evasion. So actually the Plumed Hat gives us additional 5% chance of resisting the Mucus. I think that's a good trait. We probably don't need that 1 point of agility, the strength doesn't make a difference. The physical defense doesn't make a difference, so yeah. Sounds like a good trait to me. Round 5. Right. Maybe he's just mad that I take his coral sword away, which by the way is lightning element and he's weak to lightning. I have no idea why he has a coral sword. I suppose the concept could be that it's kind of stuck in his husk, while a different adventurer tried to try and best this gigantic monster here. I don't know why I was trying to run away. I was just going for updating the death counter and my left hand automatically went to hold both L and R. That was interesting. But at the same time, pretty sure it doesn't do anything for me. Probably. I see this bronze class has decided to steal the show. Yep. Unfortunately, it kind of stole the wrong show and it's kind of now in a battle to the death, where its proficiencies lie more in being sneaky. So, well, Steve has just somehow slogged through this. Basically its own fault. Ah, there's Miko's gun. Good night. Also, welcome to you, Good Activist. I hope you're doing well. I see. I hope you get some good coffee. And I'm having a good time, indeed. We managed to get past Byblos, what I consider to be the biggest roadblock. But if Crayclaw doesn't give us a nice pattern, actually it might take longer to take care of Crayclaw. We're basically just reliant on eventually getting lucky. That's kind of the short version here. Not a whole lot else we can do about that. Because healing every turn is just not a viable strategy to take out this big red lobster. Especially if we can just mucus us and we only have a 10% chance to resist that. Wait, did I say big red lobster? I guess I'm colorblind now. Yep, it's a big yellowish, like beige lobster. Fair enough. A big mean lobster. He'll turn red on death. Well, I dare to say he's gonna turn red well before death, as long as I hit him often enough. Actually, that's not necessarily true. He might not have red blood. Or are you referring to cooking the shrimp? Cooking does something with the pigments in the shell. Okay, so you are referring to cooking. Looking whether mid might come up here. Oh. Let's see whether we get a nice haircut this time. Nah, I think I used it too early. Bum, bum. And another mucus. Good night. Eating something crawly with butter, assuming eating raw lobster is a terrible time. Probably. Don't recommend. nice block fairies. Nice block dodge fairies. Very good. We actually survived past turn 3 today. Probably not much longer, if probability is anything to go by. Because basically compounding probability suggests that we actually have kind of a low probability of succeeding. There it is. That's just how it is. And even if I wanted to go outside and grind, actually I couldn't. Huh, I could grind inside the steamship, actually. Oh dear, that sounds horrible. Why would you do that? The experience in there is pretty low. By the way, it was 760 damage, in case you're curious. Wow, that's impressive. 3 physical attacks in a row. Okay, let's turn 1 again. Turn 2. And turn 3, he actually hits again. Let's see. How many turns do I need to survive? The average, I deal between 110 to 140 damage. So 2000 divided by 135, that is 15 attacks, pretty much guaranteed in order to defeat this guy. So what this means is 15 attacks. I'm going slightly faster than Carlos. I'm gonna get a double turn probably once in the encounter, thinking about it. So Carl Boss is likely going to get 13 total turns. I'm never gonna die on the first turn. So that's 12 turns we need to worry about actually dying, consequently. So let's say every single turn has a 1 in 6 chance to, well, for us to die. So that is 1 divided by 6, actually 5 in 6 chance to survive to the power of... what did I say? 12? 5 in 6 divided by... so 5 divided by 6 to the power of 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright. That does not account for him having a chance to outright kill us with mucus in the last turn, but this would be a slightly higher than 11% chance of success if that were just kind of all the metric we are going for. Now, considering 12 turns of Carl Boss, that is 4 times the last turn. The last turn we effectively have a 50-50 chance to survive. Actually, that's pretty accurate. So it is 5 times 6 times the same thing again. Actually, 5 times 5 times 1 divided by 6 divided by 6 divided by 2. So to survive an entire round of AI script, we have a 34.5% chance to do that. almost 35 actually. Then this to the power of 4, 2, 3, 4. We have a 1.45% chance of success with the current strategy if I never ever heal. Obviously I would try to heal, and this also does not take into account that we can't possibly resist the mucus 10% of the time. So... yeah, overall I think this is quite alright. Not a great chance. It's going to result in a lot of deaths, but what are we gonna do about it? Oh, and wait. Nice block, Ferris. Nice dodge, Ferris. We're halfway. Unfortunately, I completely lost in where I am in terms of rounds. So, well, I guess I wouldn't have healed yet anyways. That was 1,410 damage. So I would guess it takes like 50 battles until we succeed with this strategy. Because the number should be, or the percentage should be slightly skewed up. So I would round it up to a 2% chance of success. Maybe, well, probably slightly less actually. I suppose... no, actually already accounted for the first turn. But it also did not account for, like, the second turn if he physically attacks twice in a row at the beginning. Oh wow. Oh well, good night. On the bright side, retrying is as quick as it gets because we can actually sprint inside. Ha! Isn't that nice? Couldn't steal. Oh no. Mucus, goodbye. 21. No, frogs are friends, not food. You can have the lobster here for food if you'd like to. We resisted the tail screw. Interesting. Did not resist this one, that was turn 3. Now we're back to turn 1. 1 in 6 chance to die. And we did. 22. Oh, you're probably dead. Yep. He tail screwed me before I could do anything after the mucus. That's just the nature of the beast. Actually, does a lobster count as a beast? Or is an aquatic creature a separate, like, concept? I rearranged my inventory, so we hopefully get different starting RNG, because we might just be running in the same thing over and over again. I think it's all one word Azure. There is no delicious item that has any spaces in between. The bot does not recognize it, unfortunately. I think beast can be applied to any sufficiently large and or savage animal. I suppose that makes sense. It doesn't even have to be necessarily an animal, I suppose. Sword. Getting physics to work good in 2D platformers is an absolute nightmare. You solve one problem and discover another one right after. Yeah, that sounds about right. You know, moving platforms seems like such a simple concept, as is platforms you can jump through from below in platformers. But they can be pretty complicated and tricky to implement, to say the least. That face. We did 1550 damage right there. That's pretty good. I was actually considering healing very soon after like 1 or 2 more attacks. But Yeah, no such luck. Getting there indeed. It's just a low probability of success. That's just how it works. Not much we can do about that. Well, we could grind a whole lot more in order to deal a lot more damage, but... the thing is, the more efficient place to grind is just a little bit later. And again, it might have been reasonable to grind at least a little bit beforehand now. Yeah, probably. Oops, I did not mean to steal. That's a bad opening, because that effectively loses me a turn. No good reason. Box 2D not very helpful in getting moving platforms to work. Easy. Yeah... That sounds mildly familiar, honestly. That sounds mildly familiar, honestly. I did mess around with... Unity for a while. Suppose there's no need for reinventing the wheel. For platformers? Probably not. But one of the tricky things is finding an appropriate prefabricated solution that actually fits to what you need. Like, pretty much everything for games is out there if you just know where to look and know how to implement and know how to use it subsequently. Can be rather tricky. You know, there goes our very pretty and pleasant death count. I didn't think this far ahead, did I? Yeah, if I thought up ahead of time on how tricky Prey Claw here was going to be, I probably would have gone for an additional attack multiplier. But this is kind of the pretty much perfect embodiment of the solo thief, unfortunately. Low damage output brings trouble if bosses or enemies have a chance to basically just instantly kill you. And that's not gonna change anytime soon. Few lines short from finding the entire on-stream chat box. Interesting. Nice dodge. Nice dodge. Aw, mucus. Good night. Honestly, if mucus just didn't have the slow component added to it, we could do this fight easily first try. But if only it's not the type of world we live in. I mean, worst case scenario, I'm just gonna go ahead and grind inside the Steamship, I suppose, but I think for now we can just keep trying. But yeah, hindsight is 2020. Should have had a higher level going in here. What's my next multiplier anyways? I think my browser is getting stuck right now. Right, there we go, question mark. I see, good luck to you, Untitled. Hopefully it works. Boom, boom. Your chat does not load bit reward emotes for some reason. Yeah, it just doesn't have these cached. There's a lot of emotes actually. The chat add-on thingy here cannot properly display, unfortunately. Just because it has to manually load in all of them, and it just wasn't updated recent enough to include, well, even just the ones that are like modified emotes, etc. It just does not know how to deal with them or properly display them. Which is why I wanted to take a look at the other chat add-on sometime. Or well, the integrated OBS chat, in order to have an idea on how well that may or may not work. Basically, I've been using this chat add-on since before there was a proper solution from inside OBS. But now I should really try to maybe expand and see whether there's something else I could use instead. You know, the funny thing is, all I need to do in this fight is just hold down the A button. I'm effectively a weak berserker in this fight. With fairies right here. Because all I do is just attack. Attack, attack, attack. Nothing else makes sense. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. What I could do is I could try and take note of the different like types of RNG I'm running into. Like, let's say I get a 130 damage roll and then subsequently 140 right after. After I getting tail screwed to exact certain amount of HP, it might be worth investigating whether I can like detect certain reoccurring RNG patterns in order to then steer them a slightly different way. But I don't think I'm awake enough / motivated enough for that today. Might do that tomorrow if I decide to just take a break, which actually is probably going to be due soon, to be honest. Because that sounds like a reasonable thing to do, to just kind of start grabbing sample sizes for how much damage I'm dealing and such. So yeah. Okay, that was turn 3. Back to turn 1 and 2. We are halfway through. And we're back to turn 3 right around here. And mucus, good night. Okay. I'm gonna give this like 3 or 4 more tries. But after just kind of focusing really hard on getting the Biblos fight properly done, my mind is a little exhausted. Just a little. Because there was so much keeping track of, since I kept track of literally every HP Biblos gained and lost, and how much he used in MP recovery, or, well, used up, so to speak. Yeah. Alright. Let's go to 33 deaths. You know, Solo, he high posted before every turn 3. The one where Craiglow has a 1 in 3 chance to tail screw. Well, the thing is, realistically, that's a bad idea. The reason for why it's a bad idea is because oh, when did I do that? Thank you. You think my mic just went out? How did I do that again? I appreciate the heads up. Either way, he does attack potion as a cycle, basically. Yeah. So I was just explaining how that kind of doesn't actually make a whole lot of sense. Because if you get hit by mucus, unless you're very close to the end, you will die. There's not really anything around that. The reason why it doesn't make sense is, in the previous 2 turns, you have a 1 in 3 chance to get physically attacked, but also, consequently, you have a 50-50 chance of blocking that attack. So effectively, just a 1 in 6 chance to die. And if you just heal before the mucus turn, what does that do for you? You still have the same chance of getting tail screwed or hit and just blocking that hit. But if you get hit by mucus, you will die. Sure, you will survive that immediate turn 3, but if you are slowed, you are not gonna get enough turns in order to heal subsequent tail screw attacks at all. You will not be able to react, since effectively what Crayclaw can do is he can just cast mucus, and you're gonna be so slow that Crayclaw right after is going to be able to use tail screw on you, and you're just dead. It only really makes sense to heal before turn 3 if you are very close to knocking him out. But I don't deal a whole lot of damage is the main problem. Sola was like, what, level 37 after Biblos? I'm 5 levels less than that, so I probably need 1 or 2 more attacks more in order to knock him out. So yeah. I was considering this, but basically all kinds of signs point towards it just doesn't make sense to heal. Unless I'm basically just on turn 3 coming up, but I need 2 more attacks in order to win. And even then you could argue that you might as well just try to attack twice instead. Yeah, the extra levels really help for damage. That's kind of the main deal about it. They don't really do anything beyond that though. But damage is kind of a big deal, because that's what I'm lacking here. Like, let's see, I'm gonna heal here. This is gonna be turn 3 coming up. He tail screws, okay, sure, why not? Then we continue attacking. And it didn't quite work out. But either way, even if he used Mucus, I might have gotten in another potion after Mucus, just for the next tail screw after that. But then it's like I'm too slow to do anything, basically. To be fair, you might actually be able to subsequently survive more turns if you somehow get out of the HP leak status. So the strategy has merit once you're relatively close to knocking him out. I would say once we get like 1300 to 1400 damage in, we can go ahead and try to work around with that. Yeah. It's not like the strategy is pointless, but for the most part, because I'm just not dealing a whole lot of damage, it makes more sense to attack most of the time. Either way, everybody, I think I'm done for now. We managed to defeat Biblos, what I consider to be the biggest roadblock, although it might turn out that Crayclaw might just be a bigger meanie. So yeah, everybody, thank you so much for watching, for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay, I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time, take care and have a good night.